It look like they're saying 1%. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the energy we need in the first ever Mandela Leadership Center. If you're a moderator and you're part of the panelists that will be here, kindly make sure do not sit in the crowd without getting in touch with us on that table so that we are able to align on the program and how you need to come in, okay? My name is Chris Kirwa. I am not the MC. I'm just the person who will give you the house rules. Then immediately after that, I will hand over to the people who will be running the program for today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kenya. I would like to start with safety, and I would like my safety team to walk across the room. Safety is key. Please walk in. We have a safety team on site. We have 2 ambulances. The ambulances are not to rush you to hospital. It is an hospital on site. These guys will be seated here, and another group will be seated behind there. If you feel you're not feeling well, or there is an emergency, all you need to do is to signal them, and they'll be able to take care of you. So we like doing that in our events so that we know safety is assured. These guys from E+, all of them are doctors and paramedics, and we have a number of ambulances. In case anything happens, they can summon 10 more. So, but on site, we have 2 and 12 of them. Ladies and gentlemen, give our paramedics a big round of applause. Thank you. Number 2, if you want to use the bathroom facilities, we have up here, and I will request this front row and the second to use these ones. But behind, when you walk into the beautiful exhibition, which you need to go to every of those tents, and to the left, we have like 12 other mobile washrooms. So we didn't want you to have an issue of thinking you just need to go here. We have an addition on the other side. In case we need to evacuate this area, we will follow the rules. We will say, let's walk out the way you came in up to the parking where we will use our fire assembly point. So in case of anything, don't run. Assume you're in an aeroplane, you know that calmness that you're always told to have in the plane. Don't worry, you're on ground. So be more calm, okay? So you walk out to outside, and then we will tell you when to come back. In case you spot fire, we have a fire brigade on site, and I'll be bringing those guys to show you. So we have a fire brigade, and we're also working very closely with the Awesome Glee Hotel to be able to make sure that anything that needs to be addressed in terms of emergencies will be addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, the water in front of you is to make sure you can hydrate properly. The air is circulating. We are in Africa for the first ever Mandela Leadership Summit. Give the team a big round of applause for choosing Kenya. So right now, technical team, I hope you're ready. I would like to kindly ask all of us to be upstanding. We are going to play the national anthem of Kenya, followed by the national anthem of South Africa.
E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Yeah.
We officially begin our first ever Mandela African Leadership Summit. And since we are talking about leadership, we have tweaked the program a bit and we are going to invite future leadership. And allow me to introduce you to the advocate for children's rights and CEO Destiny Help Us Foundation that advocates for end of period shame. She comes from Kisumu County and her name is Eileen Florence Akinyi, who is only 13 years old. Please let's give a big round of applause.
All global, regional, and national leaders, the organizers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the already established protocol. Good morning. My name is Eileen Florence Akinyi. I am a 13-year-old model, a charity ambassador, a charity champion, a young environmentalist, the CEO of the Senior Pass Charity Foundation. I come from Kisumu County in Kenya. I am in grade 8 and I aspire to be a prominent lawyer and the future Chief Justice of this great nation. I am the governor of the Kenya Children Assembly Kisumu chapter. I am also the cabinet secretary, justice, peace and cohesion of my school. I am honored to be part of this leadership summit, which focuses on transformative leadership, youth empowerment, and regional unity, hence giving global leaders an opportunity to share on best practices and brainstorm on the kind of leadership we want for the future generation. As a child, I have read about the late President Nelson Mandela's leadership as the transformational leader of South Africa who acted with dignity towards those who wronged him, including his jailers. A man who took the long view on urgent decisions while remaining to firm principles. He never feared moving alone when necessary, but without betraying his friends and party. The late President Nelson Mandela's leadership teaches us the power of forgiveness, empathy, and long-term vision, fostering unity. Key lessons include leading from behind to empower others, exercising patience, maintaining integrity under pressure, and prioritizing reconciliation to transform conflict into collaboration. Such charismatic leadership is a motivation to us children who aspire to be transformational leaders, to build unity in diversity, expand the spirit of statesmanship, and reinforce compassion and collective identity. As aspiring leaders, therefore, we must intentionally and continuously work towards the promotion of gender equality, women's leadership, and the empowerment as Nelson Mandela did in South Africa. This is possible through the key government policies that address gender disparities in terms of opportunities and political representation. However, this approach requires strong advocacy, the implementation of constitutional rights, and practical measures, including political goodwill, to increase women's representation in leadership positions. True freedom requires equality, dignity, and elevation of poverty and the tackling of systematic barriers, the dismantling of discriminatory social norms, and ensuring that women have equal access to decision making and leadership opportunities across all sectors. The late President Nelson Mandela engaged the youth by championing education as a fundamental tool for empowerment, promoting children as the leaders of tomorrow, and actively involved young people in democracy, encouraged them to be catalysts for social change, and utilize his personal charisma to connect with them directly. A visionary leader who knows that youth leadership and life skills development are essential for empowering young people to become confident, resilient, and proactive leaders, individuals, preparing them for future career success and active citizenship. These skills enable the youth to navigate personal challenges, drive innovation, foster positive, sustainable community change. Young people need to be empowered, mentored to build self-esteem, confidence, and motivation to lead, while cultivating practical skills like critical thinking, problem solving, decision making, and effective communication. Leaders must therefore endeavor to implement programs that foster resilience and adaptability, enabling youth to manage responsibility, work in teams, and lead the community at school or at personal level. Through ethical governance and social justice principles, the late President Nelson Mandela transitioned from revolutionary leader to a reconciler who prioritized human dignity, equality, and national unity. His transformational leadership moved a deeply divided nation towards a democratic and non-racial society by relying on ethical principles like forgiveness, integrity, reconciliation, transparency, accountability, fairness, equity, respect for human rights, and protecting the marginalized. Most of our nation have gone through various historical events that require this kind of leadership to spearhead cohesion and development. So, as a child and an aspiring leader, I ask, what made Nelson Mandela's leadership exceptional? Is it because he was unafraid to do what is necessary? Is it because he led with empathy? Is it because he could easily communicate his ideas to people? Is it because he maintained a unique level of persistence with his struggles and ideas? Or is it because he allowed people to dream, thus was an inspiration to others? Your guess is as good as mine, and this and other outstanding human virtues form the kind of leadership we want. Simon Sinek once said, if your actions can inspire others to do more, to dream more, to learn more, and to become more, you are therefore a leader. I am therefore a leader in my own right, and service to humanity is my area of interest as a child model. I was born in the slums, in Nyalenda slums in Kisumu County, and I was raised there. And I saw how children suffered in the slums. After some time, we had to relocate to my rural home, where I saw how girls and young women and also children suffer there. So I decided to go to my parents and tell them I want to start an organization whereby we can help these vulnerable children and young grassroots girls. Through my kid-led organization called the Destiny Helpers Charity Organization, my parents and well-wishers supported me to start the Let Her Bleed with Dignity initiative, which aims in addressing period shame and menstrual stigma among Mashinani girls and young women, enabling them to go to school well and not compromising their education, health, or well-being. This was after discovering that 30% of children, especially girls from my home county, drop out of school because of menstrual stigma and period shame. So what we do, we donate sanitary towels, we educate them on menstrual hygiene and health, and we address the societal barriers that lead to menstrual stigma. Being a girl from a humble background like those grassroots girls, and knowing that I had a platform to create an opportunity and to create an impact, the provision of dignity packs and utilities to such girls has become my pet project up to date. This project has since been expanded to include mentorship talks, talent search, linkages for educational support, and provision of stationaries to both boys and girls in my home county. This is also very fulfilling to note that through my little efforts to uplift living standards in my community and country are not in vain. And this inspires me to do more. I have a dream of starting a sanitary pads company so I can reach out to more vulnerable girls and and women, and also giving job opportunities to them. And I know from you I'll get support to make my dreams come true. I have so far I have so far won the following awards: Kingdom Africa Advocate for Change Award 2025, Peseta Award for Grassroots Advocacy and Service to Humanity, Girl of the Year Awards from Women Changing the World in UK, Trailblazer Award 2025 from the Department of Gender Mainstreaming Kenya Tackling Period Shame Among Mashinani Girls, Peseta Awards for Women and Orphans Economic Empowerment 2023, Mashinani Girl Child Ambassador, Kisumu County Humanitarian Child of the Year, winner of the Apostle Hayford Alile Humanitarian Award during the Community and Human Rights Awards held in Nigeria, Winner of the Christian Women Entrepreneurs Award, Swena, Young Entrepreneur of the Year 2022 held in South Africa, Little Miss Humanity, Kenya. My advice to young people is that they should pursue their latent gifts, talents, and purpose. Young people have unique gifts and talents that can be used to serve others and make a positive impact in their lives and communities. In addition, young people like me have the ability to inspire and lead their peers, thus can be role models of faith, integrity, and love. The most important lesson I have learned so far is that a crown or positions come with responsibilities, and people will always look up to those people who succeeded before them. It is therefore important to have integrity as a person in order to become a role model and inspiration to others. Always remember that there are several people competing for the same crown or position. So do as good, for history will always judge our actions or inactions when we are at the helm. The various awards I have received as a young leader have taught me one great lesson: that you don't have to be old, rich, or influential for you to touch a life or to have a positive impact in the society. Just like those humble stories before me, I know that every person's dreams are valid just like mine. All they need to do is to start small. I must confess that as a child, I am excited to rub shoulders with the great men and women, the African leaders seated here today. In you, we as children get our inspiration, and I personally look forward from having mentorship and networking with the great leaders seated here today. Kindly hold my hand and let me learn from the best. Thank you so much. God bless Kenya. God bless Africa.
Again, a big round of applause for the future leader. Hashtag, please, you need to turn back and take a picture, sir, with her. I'd like you to take a picture. Our photographer wants a good picture, so just stand there with the host and founder together taking a look. Thank you, Eileen. We need you more than we know. So now, I am happy to introduce the person who will be running through the entire program, the support structure from ourselves. My work has just ended. I am going to get replaced very fast and go behind the scenes to now become the guy running the things behind the scenes. So I've enjoyed my moment of fame. Now it's time to hand over. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce and bring on stage the creative director, Mandela Leadership Summit, Diane Daka. Let's give a big applause as she comes, ladies and gentlemen. More. Kenyans, clap more. If you know you're Kenyans and you're seated together, clap more. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, honored speakers, partners, delegates, and friends joining us from across Africa and the global diaspora. On behalf of the Mandela African Leadership Summit, it is my absolute honor to welcome you to Nairobi, Kenya, a city that represents innovation, resilience, and the powerful spirit of African possibility. Today is not just the beginning of a summit, it is the continuation of a legacy built on courage, justice, unity, and leadership that serves humanity, values that Nelson Mandela dedicated his life to. We gather here at a time when Africa stands at one of the most important crossroads in its history. We are the youngest continent in the world. We are the most culturally rich, resourceful, and visionary. Yet we also face challenges that require new thinking, new partnerships, and a new generation of leadership. The Mandela African Leadership Summit was created as more than a conference. It is a meeting ground for ideas, collaboration, and most importantly, action. It is a platform where leaders from business, culture, governance, youth movements, technology, and the creative industries come together to shape practical solutions for Africa's future. At the heart of this summit is the philosophy of Ubuntu. I am because we are. It reminds us that leadership is not about standing above others, but about standing with others. Over the next 2 days, we will listen, we will learn, we will challenge each other, and most importantly, we will build connections that will continue far beyond this space. Because true leadership is measured not by words spoken, but by impact created. So to our speakers, our partners and delegates, thank you for believing in this vision. To our young leaders and innovators, this platform is as much yours as it is anyone else's. Africa's story is still being written, and together, we are the authors of its next chapter. So welcome to the Mandela African Leadership Summit 2026, and thank you. And I would now like to introduce the former ambassador of Haiti, His Excellency Jacques Barrel. Thank you.
This was beautiful. Good morning. Um, Before I do the protocol, let me say that every time I hear there is a project and I have to come to Kenya, I don't even need to know what it is. I just put my hands up. Last night we had some mbuzi, some ugali, and that's all you need to say. There'll be mbuzi and ugali. Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, representative of the office of the president and the deputy president, members of government, and distinguished guests present this morning. It is a real pleasure for me to be here this morning to introduce my brother Ndaba. Most of you call him Ndaba Mandela. I just call him Ndaba. What can I tell you about my brother Ndaba? Beyond the fact that he's the UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, a tireless advocate for social justice, someone who champions the African agenda on every international stage. He's also a devoted father to my I like to call my kids, my grandkids, my godkids, sorry. And he's deeply passionate about the youth leadership. And yes, Ndaba is also to the life of a party. Ndaba and I have traveled the world together to promote not just South Africa, but the African continent. Very important. The one thing that is very consistent about Ndaba, I've witnessed this many times with him, is his fuel to drive one agenda. It's the African agenda. And Ndaba, for that, we say thank you to you. It is important that we all come together understanding that Africa is the future. I see many reports and stories and CNN, and it's always somebody else reminding us Africa is the future. It's very important today that we recognize that Africa is the future. African needs to remember that Africa is the future. So we have a collective responsibility to make sure that this young lady who actually gave a passionate speech have a space and a platform for her to be what she dreamed to be. So we thank you and we believe in you. But more, I'm looking in the room today, I see African leaders in different industry, and I feel very, very encouraged about that. I can see Alvin from Capital Pay, the MD of Capital Pay, a company, a fintech company who dare to do the same thing that Microsoft is doing. And Alvin said to me the other day, we can do it. Why do we need Microsoft to come in and tell us everything that we need to do? We African can do it. So we have leaders like that in our industry. We have Lulu, for instance, from Africa Rising Global, who work tirelessly to make sure that women have their space in the workforce. In the textile industry, they're not just women who happen to sew clothes, but to be there and part of the conversation. And this is what we have. And we look at the this morning, the work that Lloyd and his team have put together. Africans are doing these things. So the African agenda is real. The African agenda is what we are here to promote. And the African agenda is what I'm always going to push my young brother Ndaba to push, besides the fact that his grandfather gave him the mission, a mission that is actually taken seriously, and we are proud of that. We have a collective effort that needs to be made to put Africa on the map. And when I said Africa, I also talk about the sixth region, which is now recognized as being part of the African continent, even though we are far away, me being from Haiti, the first Black independent country in the world, 222 years ago. Why are we in the situation that we are today? We are there because we dare to take a stand for Africa. A lot of people don't know this, but a country like Libya, for instance, took their independence because Haiti vetoed a decision against the Western world back in the days. And we are paying that price today. When you see the things you see on TV about my country, it have nothing to do with just poli- politics and political turmoil. It have everything to do with the fact that we dared to take our independence 222 years ago, and we stood by the African countries in the 1960s to say, take your independence and we're going to come and help. And we did that. So the diaspora is here to be part of the continent, and we are here to stay. Ndaba actually take it very seriously because we had many trips in the Caribbean. Um, we did party as much as we did some social work because that's what the Caribbean is about. It was just a beautiful time because they welcome Africans from the continent, and they said you are home, and then we're gonna make sure that you understand that we share the same culture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really a pleasure for me to be in Kenya today. Besides really being here from Mbuzi and Ugali, um, to to introduce to you to a man that actually really, really is about the leadership of youth, and is really about his beloved continent of Africa. He's not just the grandson of Nelson Mandela. He's also Ndaba Mandela. Ndaba, for that, we tell you, go, keep going, and conquer the world just like your grandfather did. Ladies and gentlemen, my young brother Ndaba Mandela. For the ladies, you can see.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful dance. Your Excellencies, distinguished gents and ladies, boys and girls, firstly, let me thank everybody for being here today. I know some of you have come as far as California, right? And all our neighboring countries are here today present. I thank you for your presence. I thank the beautiful team that has put this together. Brother Lloyd, Sister Diane, and I thank all the partners who have flown in from far and wide. Thank you very much to all of you for being here, ladies and gentlemen. This is truly a remarkable day, a day that really brings the emotions out of us as we sit here today, not only to continue the legacy of Nelson Mandela, but to make sure that we live it, to make sure that we are the Mandelas of today. I will say a speech to you today that me and my brother have crafted tirelessly, timelessly, for this very specific occasion, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and both a responsibility to be here today to kick off the Nelson Mandela Leadership Summit. I do not stand here today as someone who carries all the answers, but as someone who carries a legacy that constantly reminds us that leadership is not about privilege. Leadership is about service. Leadership is not about being the best or about being number one. It's about standing up for those who cannot stand for themselves and being a voice for those who are voiceless in our society. My grandfather often reminds us that freedom is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that protects and enhances the freedom of others. In the same way, it is about ensuring that the most vulnerable among us are not forgotten. It is about having the courage to choose humanity, even when the world pushes us toward fear and division. We're living in a time of great contradiction. On one hand, we're more connected than ever before. Technology has brought us closer. However, some of our people feel more disconnected than ever. Disconnected from opportunity, from institutions, and sometimes even from hope. Across Africa and the global south, and without diaspora, communities around the world, young people are asking a simple but powerful question: where do we belong in the future? If the future belongs to us, why are the young people not part of the conversation today? True leadership today must be rooted in empathy. It must be grounded in ethics, and it must be bold enough to imagine a future that does not simply replicate the injustice of the past. We cannot continue to build systems that work for a few while leaving the majority behind. We cannot speak of progress while entire communities remain excluded from education, economic opportunity, and dignity. Leadership is not about being comfortable, it is about being courageous. My grandfather's generation fought to dismantle visible chains, colonialization, apartheid, segregation. Our generation faces chains that are often less visible, but just as heavy: poverty, inequality, mental health struggles, corruption, climate injustice, and the erosion of trust in our leaders themselves. These are the battles of our time, and they require a new kind of leadership. One that listens before it speaks, one that collaborates instead of dominates, one that serves rather than rules. I want to speak directly to the young people today who are present here with us. You are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. Your voices matter now. Your ideas matter now. The courage to question unjust systems, to innovate, to organize, to care deeply about the world you inherit is not a weakness. It is your greatest strength. Do not wait for permission to lead. Leadership is not bestowed, ladies and gentlemen. It is practice. Leadership also requires community. None of us can lead alone. The Africa we want to build, the world we want to shape, cannot be achieved by one country or one institution or one generation acting in isolation. It requires the African strength. It ties with the Caribbean, with the diaspora, with all the communities of African descent around the world. Our histories are intertwined, and so too must be our future. In a world that often celebrates power, we must celebrate purpose. In a world that rewards speed, we must remember the value of reflection. And in a world that can be quick to tear down, we must commit ourselves to building institutions, building trust, building opportunities, and building peace. Let us be clear, leadership without value is dangerous. Progress without justice is empty. And development without dignity is not a true development at all. The legacy of Nelson Mandela does not belong to one family, one nation, or one moment in history. It belongs to all who believe in the power of reconciliation, the necessity of justice, and the possibility of a shared humanity. To honor that legacy is not to repeat his words, but to live in principles in our own context, in our own struggles, in our own time. So today, I challenge all of us, whether you're a policymaker, an entrepreneur, a businessman, a community organizer, a faith leader, a student, a government employee. Ask yourself this question: how am I using my influence? Who am I creating this space for? And what kind of world am I contributing to shape? Let's leave this summit not only with inspired, but committed to ethical leadership, committed to inclusive growth, committed to unity across our differences, and committed to the long, patient work of building a world where freedom is matched by opportunity and where dignity is not a privilege but is a right. The work continues. The work continues, ladies and gentlemen. The responsibility is ours, and the future is waiting for the leadership we choose to embody us today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you please indulge me, can we all please stand up? Can we all please stand up? I'm going to say a few words, and I want you to repeat these words after me, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to say these words of these words were your own words. I want you to say these words with conviction, with passion, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear your voices. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? I don't think I can hear you guys. Are we here today? Are we ready? I want us to all put our hands out like this. Put our hands out like this. Here we go. I am a leader. No. I can't hear anything, guys. I cannot hear anything. I know you'll be shouting. You playing sports, huh? When you have an argument with your wife, huh? I know you use those voices. I want to hear those voices, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear those voices. Are you ready? Are we ready? Okay, let's go. I am a leader. I am a leader. What I can dream, I can achieve. What I can dream, I can achieve. I am proud of my parents. I am proud of my history. It is in our hands to work together to make this world a better place. I thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for Ndaba Mandela. Thank you so much, Ndaba. And for this next section, I would like to introduce Salma Ibrahim, who will be our moderator. Thank you.
I didn't hear anyone clap for me. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, my name is Salma Ibrahim. I am the founder of Business Week Africa, and I would like to thank all of you for taking the time out of your day to come and join us. If you're in the room, you're part of history, because for the first time, the Mandela Leadership Summit is in Nairobi, arguably the greatest city in Africa. Arguably. Anyway, before we do anything, I'd like us to play a small game just to honor everyone who's traveled from all over the continent to be here. So we're going to be doing a lot of shouting. So I'm going to be saying letter A to Z, and we're going to name any country in the continent that starts with that letter. So are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? A, B, C, California. So D, E, F. Yes, it has to be in Africa. G, H. Okay. Okay. I, J, K, the greatest country in the continent. So I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, South Africans. Oh, really, really. S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, thank you so much. So before we get into the panel, I'd like to introduce one last speaker before we get into the panel. So I want you to put your hands together like you've had a heavy breakfast. Put your hands together for Mr. I. Benjamin Adeyanju.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys can do better than that. Can we give another round of applause? This morning, I have $1,000 for the person to have the loudest hand clap. Can we put our hands together one more time? Can we do it one more time? I can't hear you. Come on, put your hands together. That's incredible. What if I said that, realistically speaking, let's see. What if I said, who wants this $100? Who wants these $100? Who wants this $100? Give her a round of applause. No, come stand here. Give her a round of applause. A lot of times, so many people say they want something, but you just sit there and never get up to get it. Leadership is vulnerability. It's the ability to say, I am ready. Not just to say it, but to get up. You know, to get up, it's a form of vulnerability. Everybody's sitting here looking pretty. You don't want to look like the guy that wants just $100. But this sister right here, she took a risk. She got up while everybody else is raising their hands. The first person that raised her hand was all the way back there, right? But I was hoping you would get up, but you didn't. But she got up. She said, I want it. Everybody point your hands to her and said, she is a leader. Please go sit down. Now, what if I said, who wants this $200? I'm just, it is such a privilege to be here today. Kenya is beautiful. This is my first time in Kenya, and I promise you that I will be back. And special message to my brother Jerry. Next time you guys are going to the Caribbean to party, you better call me so I can go with you guys. The Excellencies, members of the press, every leader from every sector that are present here today, my fellow speakers for this August occasion, the elite Ndaba Mandela himself, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to start by quoting a very powerful quote by the great Madiba, Nelson Mandela himself. Without him and his leadership tools that he left behind, we probably would not be here gathering at his leadership events today. He said, and I quote, the greatest story, the greatest glory in living lies not in never failing, but in rising every time we fall. Today, my intention is not to point fingers at the failure of leadership, not at all. Either here in Africa or all over the world, but to demonstrate practically how to rise again, to reset, to take accountability, and to apply transparency, and to recommit to our original commitment of earning trust from the people that we are called to serve. Today, I want to share with you about innovative leadership. How our world can transform when our leaders make it a point to equip, to support our people, especially the youth. You're going to get really excited after this talk. You're going to want to get up, think about the solution that you wanted to solve, and go for it. Look at somebody next to you, say, I'm ready to go for it. There is a notable investment when we equip and train our youth to build, to create, to innovate, to develop solutions that cannot be ignored by world beyond Africa. Amazing things can happen in the intersections of innovation and great leadership. William Fuamba, he grew up in a small village in Malawi. When his family could no longer afford school fees, he was forced to drop out. Soon after, there was a severe drought that hit his community. They were faced with hunger and darkness, no electricity, no running water, absolutely no hope. One day, William found a science book in a small library. He didn't understand all the words, but he saw a picture of a windmill. Using scraps from junkyards, bicycle parts, plastic pipes, old wires, he built a windmill by hand. People laughed at him. They make joke about what he has innovated. But guess what? That windmill worked. It generated electricity for his family. It pumped water for crops. William's invention changed his village. Eventually, his story for way beyond Malawi. He earned scholarships, studied engineering, and today his work continues to bring sustainable power to communities. William did not wait for permission. He didn't wait for resources. He didn't wait for perfect condition. He used what he had where he was, and he changed his world. His innovation didn't come from a lab. There was no grant for William. It came from attention, from imagination, and from taking massive, I wanted to use a swear word, effing action. Williams show us that innovation is not about having more resources, it's about seeing more possibilities. Williams Kwakwamba never held the title. He wasn't elected or appointed. Yet, his action brought light. It brought water and hope to his village. Leadership began the moment he took responsibility for a problem that had accepted as normal by others. He did not wait to be validated. He acted and leadership followed. He acted and leadership followed. He acted and leadership what? Followed. He acted and leadership followed. William taught us that leadership is not a position that you are given. It's a burden that you choose to carry for the sake of others. And Ndaba Mandela chose to carry a burden. He didn't need to. He didn't have to. He made a choice that I am going to pursue the African agenda. The question is, who is next in this room? Who is willing to stand up and said, I am ready? True leadership is the ability to take massive action ever before you are recognized. If you're writing down a note, write this down. True leadership is the ability to take massive action ever before you recognize. The big question is, what are you passionate about? What are you passionate about? What is that problem that you're willing to solve or to die for? And who are the people that you are called to serve? Let me share some facts. Africa has one of the fastest growing youth population in the world. Young people aged about 15 to 24 years, they are expected to number around 280 million in sub-Saharan Africa alone by 2030. That's in 4 years. It's about triple the size in 1990. To paint a picture of what this means, China, for decades, they have relied on their workforce to fuel their economic growth. But their working age population is now shrinking. While China's workforce is shrinking and aging, African young population is exploding, with nearly 100 million youth that are entering the labor market by 2030. 100 million. Africa is becoming the fastest growing, youngest workforce in the world, full of potential to drive innovations, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. The question is not the size of our population, it's how we equip and empower our youth to turn this demographic dividend into a transformation future. What does it mean to you? All that I've said, what does it mean to you? I want to take it on personally to you. A rapid growth in workforce is a gold mine. It gives us a larger pool of talent, a creative, energetic mind that are ready to solve problems. It creates new markets that are hungry for products, services, and technology, and a generation that is open to adopt innovation very quickly. It also represents opportunity to create jobs and empower communities, turning every idea into a catalyst for socio-economic change. Simply put, Africa's young workforce isn't just people that are entering the market, it's a launch pad for the next generation of innovation and impact. I will give a round of applause for that. I was born in Lagos, Nigeria. Although I have spent the last over 2 decades of my life in the Silicon Valley. Lagos, as you all know, is one of the most energetic, fast-moving cities in the world. Louder than New York, faster than San Francisco, and busier than Tokyo. But behind that energy was a childhood that was shaped by scarcity. I did not grow up with a lot of privilege. I grew up in a home where resources were limited and the future was absolutely uncertain. From that place, I never imagined that one day I will become an executive at an alternative energy company that is based in the United States. I never imagined that that young boy from a challenging background in Lagos will help lead a company that will position change on how clean energy and electricity is decentralized and distributed, reshaping how energy can serve humanity on a global scale. I definitely never imagined that I will be standing here today speaking about our mission as a company to build generationally sustainable technologies. And yet, I stand today not just a friend of Ndaba Mandela or a part of the African Rising Foundation. I stand here to bring a bold vision to life through a small product that we created. It's called the Aquabus. Aquabus, in a nutshell, is a portable saltwater that create clean energy with just what? Salt and water. No grid, no electricity, no solar. You just pour a little bit of salt, you pour a little bit of water, you close, and you can generate electricity. Hopefully, before the end of this weekend, I will demonstrate one of them that I brought. But Aquabus is more than technology, it's hope. It's for the communities that live without reliable electricity. It's for schools that need lights to teach, for clinics that need power to save lives, for families that are seeking safety and connection. It shows innovation, vision, and courage and creates solution. And our visions have come full circle. We are intentionally building our manufacturing future here in Africa. Thank you very much. We are seeking a country that is ready to partner to take Aquabus to the world. With our multi-billion-dollar solution, we're providing that greatness, that impact and innovation can rise from determination, vision, and courage, no matter where you start. I want to end by two things. Somebody shout, continue, somewhere in the back. I can hear you, I can feel it. But I want to end with two things. First, before we go any further, I want us to take a moment to celebrate someone that I feel is truly a remarkable and a dear friend, Ndaba Mandela. Ndaba has been a powerful force in helping us to bring Aquabus to the light. He didn't just see a product, he saw a vision. A mission that aligns perfectly with the African Rising Foundation to empower communities, to create opportunities, to build stronger Africa because he believes in what we are doing. He stepped forward as our very first, the African ambassador for Aquabus in Africa. Friends, this is, thank you. Well, just hold on for that applause. I'm going to ask for it in a second. This is more than a title. It's partnership. It's shared dream and a commitment to African rising together. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our appreciation. Please put your hands together and give a big, warm round of applause to Ndaba Mandela and the African Rising Foundation. Thank you, my brother. I wrote here that the second thing I want to do is to showcase the Aquabus, but we're going to skip that part till sometimes later. But before I go, I want you to understand, to look around. Africa is the next big thing. Look around you. Whenever you see a problem, there's 1,000 people in the world that will probably pay you $1,000 if you're able to solve that problem. And that, my friend, is $1 million. It does require a little more work and taking massive action, but that simple math, 1,000 times 1,000, it's always $1 million. It never fails. We used this for several years, and it worked. I was in the Silicon Valley when the dot-com bubble exploded. I saw young people go from nothing to millions almost overnight. I lived through the 2008 financial crisis where I was actually running a mortgage company myself. I saw fortune vanished, but others, they built incredible wealth during that season. I watched the same pattern during COVID-19. Those who saw opportunity, they thrived. Those who saw only fear, they were left behind. Africa's own dot-com moment is here. This question is simple. Will you be ready? Will you watch history pass you by? Your time is now. Whenever vision, determination, courage takes root and meet opportunity, even another young boy or girl from either Lagos, Cairo, Marrakesh, Tripoli, Sudan, Kumasi, Dakar, Abidjan, Freetown, Kigali, Luanda, Harare, Cape Town, or Nairobi, Kenya can change the world. I want you all to repeat after me. I am a world changer. Say it louder. Say, I am a world changer. I am a builder of hope. I am a problem solver. Solutions come to me easily. Now say this part like you mean it. I shall overcome. And I am a leader. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm supposed to be inviting some panelists for the next thing that we're about to do. But let me give my brothers a hug real quick. All right, next on the agenda is we are going to we're going to go for it. We want to give you guys the opportunity to speak. This weekend, can we please remove the podium? This weekend, it's not just about a bunch of guys in smart suits and Nigerian outfits coming to give you a speech. We want to hear from you. We want to know what is the burning desire of your heart. And I've been privileged to be behind the scene to understand that African Rising is designed pragmatic solutions, approach, classes, mentors from all over the globe that are going to support you to get there. But today, what we're about to do is I'm going to invite some incredible men and probably a lady at some point. She's going to do it? Okay, perfect. Do you want me? Okay. Well, help me to bring back out the beautiful lady here. She's going to be doing a panel with this man from this point. Thank you very much. Let's give her another round of applause.
Good morning again. So I'm going to be inviting the panelists who are going to be joining me. And I want to start with one of them who hasn't been on stage yet. So I'm going to start with Mr. James Ayugi. He's the CEO of Webmasters. So guys, please clap for them. You're gonna receive $1,000. So please clap, clap. So the second person to come on stage is Honorable Alexandra McDonald's. Please hand over applause for him. I am not sure if he's in the room or not, but Mr. I. Benjamin Adeyanju, yes, back on stage, and also Mr. Ndaba Mandela. I'm going to be the only lady on stage. What happened to gender equality? Tomorrow. Okay.
Hello.
So thank you so much again. And we're going to be having a conversation on innovation, digital and economical transformation. And before this conversation begins, I need us to understand how important innovation and digital transformation is when it comes to growing our economies and just general economic transformation. So I want you to stay with me and let's understand, first of all, how it looks like. And I think the best example that all of us can attest to is mobile money. Mobile money is one of the best innovations, honestly, to happen to us. And when this innovation came, it was an innovation that is and was supposed to help us send money, do transactions, especially also where it was difficult to maybe access banks or access any financial institutions. And when it came to the point where we are still using it on our phones, that's where digital transformation comes. And with digital transformation, we are able to pay school fees from our phone, we're able to pay salaries, we're able to create a lot of employment when it comes to digital transformation. And that's one of the ways that we see our economy is growing, because when it comes to mobile money, we're able to move billions across the world, across the continent. So it's very important for us to have conversations around how innovation is important when it comes to growing our economies. So I'm going to let each and every panelist introduce themselves first, and then we can get into the questions.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Godwin Gabriel. I'm the CEO of Movement Technologies. We're a US-based tech company that spans across rideshare, mobile payments, logistics, e-commerce, and a whole variety of other products and services. We are in 5 countries. We're about to quadruple our presence globally, in particularly Africa. I'm glad to be here.
Is it morning? Is it afternoon already? Okay. Good morning. Um, my name is James Ayugi, CEO of a tech company in Nairobi called Webmasters. At Webmasters, we call ourselves venture builders and innovators. What we've done in the past, um, um, we automated full government operation. Chances are each one of you here has interacted with one of our technologies at some point when you're in Kenya. Just as an example, how many of you applied for ETA when you're coming to Kenya? By show of hand. ETA is electronic e-visa for people who are coming to Kenya. How many of you? Okay. Um, how many of you have renewed your driver's license online? And this is for Kenyans who, thank you. So how many of you have applied for a passport in Kenya? How many of you have registered a company in Kenya? So we saw an opportunity just as a young Kenyan company, and we approached the government with our ideas. We were very young guys those days with no resources. And when our friend was speaking about grabbing an opportunity, at the time the government of Kenya wanted to automate the services, we were the only company that were ready. And at that time, we were given an opportunity to pilot. And I'm happy to announce today we've automated 22,000 government services in Kenya. This is only because of the good leadership and the vision of the president. We've worked with 3 regimes, but during this regime, there was push for digitization of government services. And when that service was requested from us, we were ready to grab the opportunity and to offer our expertise to help innovate and help governments automate their services. But that is for the past. We've realized that e-services is just one small piece of the digital economy, and it's government-centric. Citizens every single day need the right tools in their hands for them to be able to be connected to opportunities. And these we are talking about all sectors of economy. So at this particular time, our mission is to create opportunities for the citizens who are enjoying our technologies. And since we are here, we believe that we have an African eye, be able to come up with local solutions that will be able to help local businesses and individuals prosper. Thank you for the short introduction.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mandela. Many of you don't know that I'm an author. I actually wrote a book that came out in 2018. The book is called Going to the Mountain, Life Lessons from My Grandfather, in which I share the lessons that my grandfather taught me when I grew up with him. So young lady, please let's get her a book, please. Of course, the chairman of the Africa Rising Foundation, as well as the Mandela Institute for Humanity.
Let's give him a round of applause again. My name is I Benjamin, and I just told you my life history. So nice to meet you again. I currently work as the Chief Marketing and Revenue Officer for the alternative energy company based in California and Oregon. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, hi everyone. Honorable High Chief Prince Dr. Wilton MacDonald, hail from all over in the 6th region, Scottish, I says real Scottish, Nigerian, there's such a thing. I will speak more to that, and I will not dilute the message. So be prepared. Have a good lunch when you do. Global CEO for ADDI, and I told him before accepting the appointment of what's coming. I think it's biblical, what's coming. And so I accepted that appointment 2 weeks ago, and I will be working with Dr. Arakana Chiambozi, and she heads ADDI, and I'm the global CEO of ADDI, the 6th region, which would include and should include Europe and other places, but again, more to that. I'm a founder, president of Iberia Gold. We have about 600 billion in in-ground assets, more than 70 mines tokenized. My background is a lawyer in about 7 jurisdictions. I have 8 degrees, working on the 3rd PhD, again on Black history, 13th university, and I already have a TV program. I've authored at least 2-3 books, magazines, professional articles on derivatives and financial products and cryptocurrency. But the TV show is Genesis Timeline Roots, which is looking at the history, our real full history as melanated people globally. My wife is Polish, but she's not really Polish. So again, I will come to you. You have to eat. You must eat proper food, because when I deliver a message, some of you may be, I don't know, but you have to take deep breaths as you process the message. But I'm here to help. We spent about 300,000 in Africa last year as a fund, and the Iberia Gold is comprised 2 funds at the moment. We're going to launch a 3rd fund, but we are here to help. Africa has been set up for extraction, and that has to change. And I'm proud to be associated with the Nelson Mandela Band and for Nandiba to invite me here, because it's through this transformational change that we're not just talking about leadership and talking about what we can do with a pittance of resources. It's about what we can do when we recover what was lost. And that truly will be ultimate power for us as we move forward. So thank you. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jumbo, everyone. I have to thank the organization to try to give me a grand entrance. But Lloyd, you might have in trouble with your boss, because I should be the last one and have that. But my name is Zola Miranda. I'm very proud to be the leader of a legacy organization started in South Africa, and we might wonder why a legacy business is sitting in an innovation forum. So we've been 30 years in African storytelling. That's our business, right? And I understand I was speaking with him as well, saying that he's a filmmaker. So we are in a creative industry. We've been in Africa and in Kenya for the last 30 years, telling African stories through television, and we have now embarked on a new journey and of innovation. We are now part of a bigger group, Canal Plus French company. So we are around 40 million subscribers in 70 countries, which this will give an opportunity for African storytellers to become global very soon. You'll hear the innovations that we have throughout this year. We are busy in the kitchen cooking. I thank you for a lot of you are current customers. Some of you are gone. You will come back. You'll come back, I'm sure, because of the innovation we bring in, and more particularly, I think it's Mandela that mentioned if is, and I don't want to get wrong with the quote, it always seems impossible until it's done. So how can a legacy company still survive for the next 30 years? And it's through innovation and through authentic storytelling from Africa, from Kenya. And I'm happy to say that we're going to continue investing more on a local storytelling from the mashinani, from the rural, because we have a lot of Wakandas, but authentic Wakandas right here. We don't need to make up Wakanda because we are already Wakanda here. So I'm very happy to be here and to share a little bit of the story of innovation, how we're going to take the next 30 years of African storytelling, inspiring the youth. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the panelists. With where we're going to start the conversation, I want us to start from Mr. James Ayugi. So you've told us about the innovations that are helping Kenyans be able to do most of the things that they need to do, like, for example, apply for their passports, the e-citizen platforms. So I wanted to speak about how can we be able, especially as youth, when we are building these innovations, how can we be able to ensure that they're very inclusive, like we can be able to use them even in the grassroots, and they're very simple and easily adaptable, because we have so many innovations, especially when it comes to government innovations, that maybe people can't or do not know how to use. So even when we are building these innovations, how do we make sure they're inclusive? How do we make sure they're easy to use and also adaptable?
Thank you. We start by solving our own problems first. And we believe opportunities are always around us. When we started automating government services, it was purely a manual process. And you'll go to a bank, there's a line, you know, all these matatu drivers, they line up there just to get a stamp. So when I went to renew my driver's license, I thought that was really a very difficult process. And we decided to solve that one specific problem at that time. Later on, of course, there are individuals who don't know how it was in the past, but now that is a smooth process. Equally, when it came to company registration, I remember I registered a company only later on to realize it was a fake company. So I walked into the company's registry, there was a broker at the door, and they said, I can help you fast track this process. How much? I paid him double the amount. And then the guy went to a cyber cafe and printed a certificate, and they gave it to me. Signed, stamped, everything looks authentic. Now, when I went to to the bank. Now to create a bank, to get a bank account, they usually do a KYC and KYB. The result was like, this company doesn't exist. And that's when I realized, if I have been conned, this must be a problem so many guys are going through. And that's when now the idea to also automate the company registry. Now, when you look around you, I usually say innovation starts from within, from how you live and how you want to improve the simple things that don't work within your space, your neighborhood, and then your local communities, and then, of course, at the national scale. We all have different perspectives, and I feel the moment we realize that the technology that is coming from abroad was solving the problems of the people in the Western world. So when you're adapting this technology, it is not meant and designed for your local needs. That's why even the social media that we are interacting with every single day and posting content every single day, the monetization in Africa is very limited. And we are the number one content. We have very youthful, energetic young people who are contributing content, but they don't earn. So with all these problems that we see around us at different stages, of course, we believe collaboration is what has helped us, because most people think and believe you need money. But I believe with now the era of AI, what is going to be very special is our mindset, how we think, because each and every one of us has a special way of interpreting the world in their own reality. And I feel the secret lies in our unique perspectives. And that's how we can innovate and come up with solutions that first solves your problem, the problems of your neighbors, and at different level and stages of life that you are, you can also go at national scale. We are privileged to be in a position where we're able to solve problems of the masses. Our technologies currently have more than 30 million registered users. So we've gone through the nightmare of handling traffic. Sometimes I usually see global products like Netflix going live stream, and you're doing 100 million people streaming. Most people don't understand the level of technicality to just have that capability. So we've been privileged to try some of these things, because we are now looking at Africa. And when we are saying about Africa is the future, we believe the future is being built now. And if we are not building, you will be enjoying other people's innovation in future. So the opportunities for our next generations are here and now. When I was growing up, there are friends who acquired land when they were young. And now the same piece of land, the value has gone up. They grabbed those opportunities at their time. So at this particular juncture, when there is a big shift to the AI era, there's big opportunities being presented. But what AI cannot do, it cannot see what we are seeing. And our brains every single day will use AI to make our lives better. So I feel we are shifting towards even more interesting future where there's a helper who will be able to give you access to knowledge which in the past used to be very, very difficult. And at this particular time, we encourage people to expand their mind through acquiring new skills, especially in the AI space, and use AI to solve problems and then scale it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we're going to be having just 2 minutes for all our panelists to be able to answer their questions. So we'll move straight to Mr. I. Benjamin. Yes. And from your experience working in Silicon Valley and Africa as well, how can we be able to ensure that government, private sector, and also education systems can be able to form collaborations where our youth and everyone who's trying to innovate in the continent can be able to innovate well. Like, for example, one of our panelists was speaking about funding and the amount of funding that has been poured into the African landscape. But when you go to the grassroots and on the ground, in Kenya we said kwa ground vituanga different. So how can we ensure that all these partnerships come together and actually get to the grassroots, actually get to these entrepreneurs, to the innovators, and it helps them and also ties back to what we are talking about, which is global, the transformation, the economic transformation.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I'm going to make it really brief. So we are in the era of creative economy. And when you understand what he just mentioned, every single problem or innovation comes out of the need to solve a problem. There is no innovation out there in the world that doesn't come from a place where I got into this challenge and I want to solve it. Even listen to the young 13-year-old. She decided to create a movement from solving a particular problem. So how do we create visibility and exposure that can lead to funding is the question, basically. Now, if you were to go back in the early days of media, it was absolutely monopolized. Even if you have a movement or an idea or innovation, to be able to create visibility and exposure for it is very difficult because you have to pay big money to the television network to have those kind of visibility and exposure. But here's what you can do today is to begin to build your own visibility and exposure for the movement, for the innovation, for the idea that you stand for. You can become an authority in that field and create a social media page, a YouTube channel, and begin to have conversation around that which you believe for. And that tiny little idea can give you a broader exposure globally. I can give you so many case studies of ideas that we've got funded just from that person taking a stand or becoming an authority in the field. Now, the other part of it is there are a lot of funding that is available. You just have to figure out a way to be a part of that organizations, that community. I think Sanisha, she's going to be on the panel later. She will tell you so many things about how to have access to funds that are available. But you must do your number one, you have identity about the problem you're going to solve, create an identity on your own, start speaking about it boldly, and then you can create visibility and exposure for yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now that we're speaking about the digital economy, my next conversation would go to Mr. Ndaba Mandela because he's been working with a lot of youth from across the continent as well. So when it comes to the digital economy, most of us are digital creators, content creators. We tell our stories on leadership online. And when it comes to digital economy for the youth here, there are so many policies that either would hinder your growth or how you create and all that. So what are some of the ways that even us as the youth can participate in policy making to ensure that when these policies are being made, we're in the room. When these discussions are being made and the decisions are being made, we are also in the room to be able to also participate in this conversation.
So I think it's important for young people to stand up and be counted. Young people often shy away from politics because they see corruption on the news, etc., etc. So they're deterred from actually being part of the system. But in actual fact, sometimes it's the youth themselves, but sometimes it's the leaders themselves who do not create a space that allows youth to be comfortable to come and actually participate in policy formation. But at the same time, we as youth, because we have the numbers, we have the will, we have the energy, we have the drive, we have to push our leaders to say there must be a representation, there must be representatives from the youth. This cannot be a question. If we say 60% of our population is youth, then 60% of the people forming that policy should be youth.
Yes.
Right? And it's really up to us to be part of the system and not always be fighting against the system. In order to change the system, sometimes you have to change it from within. You have to be inside to understand how you actually become part of that policy committee. So you will, you know. So it's both sides. It's really both sides. But I think young people need to demand more. They need to be more active, more visible. They need to act more in their communities. They need to put down the PlayStation. You know, they need to. Sometimes next 2 hours, I will not look at TikTok. You know, let me go and speak to my people in my village. Let me go speak to the people in the mall. You know, let's go see what's happening in that shanty town. Let me go and understand what people are getting up to, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about community, it's about cohesion, it's about coming together. We are not going to be able to solve these problems working in our own little silos. I cannot be an island of prosperity when I'm surrounded by an ocean of poverty. Thank you.
Okay, he said clock it. So Jen's in the room. Anyway, now that we're still speaking about storytelling and digital economy, I wanted to pose the question to my brother. So, when it comes to storytelling and us being able to lead the narrative when it comes to telling our own stories, we would also want to have the conversation on when we are telling these stories, can we be able to allocate funding to the less serious industries like the content creation, digital economy, they're taken as less serious careers. When someone tells you, I'm a content creator, your parents will still ask you, is that what you do for work? Like, do you have a serious job or anything? So we wanted to have the conversation on how can we be able to also allocate funding for now those industries that are still being overlooked, tell our own stories, create our own narratives, and stop having all these stories for when we're speaking about Africa, we speak about poverty, disease. Yes, they exist, but there's so much potential. So how are we able to drive funding into these industries as well?
Thank you so much for the question. And I think it's a misconception that the creative industries are less of an industry, right? If you really put in the numbers, then you really, it's what's, I think it's just a calculation that is missing, right? Just give your stats. And I think here in Kenya, but you can do that for Africa. So we have around, 3 million KRA taxpayers, correct? That's what, or formal employees, right? That receive monthly. How many internet users we have? Any number in Kenya? 50 million. Okay, it's around 20, 25 million, right? But that's to make the point that that's gap. And if you go to social media, it goes to 15 million unique users. That gap is an economy, right? It's just how we monetize them. And that's why I changed my presence not to be in the creative forum tomorrow, which the problem in Africa is not about creativity. We have it in abundance. It's how to monetize it. It's how to distribute it. And how, what are the platforms, right? So when I mentioned that we are a legacy company moving into the world, and that's why I feel much better being an innovation panel, is because our consumption and the way consumers, the way we consume content is changing every single day, right? From long format to short format, from TV to mobile, and from user generated content. Today, I have $10 million dollars worth of cameras, but a easy mobile phone can create a higher revenue than what I spent on a feature film. So I think we are in an industry that has to evolve. And to answer the question, is about monetizing that creativity, right? And we are changing towards that. We are trying to see how can we get in Kenya, for example, the 15, the 20 million, and make sure that they are sustaining, because it's not creativity that is missing, it's the revenue stream to sustain that. And it's not about funding. because the costs of production have, after COVID, for content production have 90% reduced. That's why you see issues in Hollywood and everything. So we're very bullish about the growth of the creative economy, and the impact that we can have to families. In a particular production that we have 80 people on crew. They can have jobs for 1 year more. So we just need to find that new format of monetizing content out there. And I think this is an industry that will definitely be more than what we say in Kenya, 10% of worth the formal jobs.
Okay, thank you so much. And we said at the Mandela Leadership Summit, we are going to not speak about problems, or we're going to speak about the solutions and what we are doing about it. So when it comes to the opportunities that we speak about, for example, capacity building, mentorship, and funding, what are some of the platforms that we can be able to use to get exposed to these opportunities that are there? And by the way, for the people in the room, opportunity doesn't always mean only funding. There's so many other forms of opportunity. So when you're looking for opportunity, don't always think funding, especially entrepreneurs in the room. So what are some of the platforms that we can use to be able to get exposed to these opportunities? And for the people in the room who also have these opportunities, how can we be able to be at the top of our game when it comes to this, especially for the people in the grassroots?
I could take that one. How we actually allocated the funding for Iberia is that we had conferences, and through the conferences, we were able to bring people to Burkina Faso, and more than 100 companies, small micro companies, being represented, and people who couldn't afford to go, we helped them to attend the event. So we're talking about money trickle down economics doesn't work because you give it to someone else in the higher ups, and then the bottom, the level people do not receive. That's how we did that. Other ways, by putting in wells in areas where they are mining and the water is used to wash gold. People did not have drinkable water, and our fund was able to put in at least 2 different bore wells. And we have a representative from Iberia, Grace Ann, who's a carnival commissioner, who has attended the event and is right in the first row. So she, in her village, Buki village in Nigeria, benefited directly 100 or more families per bore well. So that's how we could contribute and ensure that that need is met. But when it comes to businesses and how they're funded and sponsored and helped, there are platforms. As ADDI, we represent thousands of members. They have businesses. And by working through organizations, and we have this leadership summit, we have the work that Ndiba is doing on behalf of the Mandela family, that is a portal. But people could plug into and then voice their needs, and just work through those organizations until they get the voice, and the government gives them the voice that Ndiba was talking about by youth representation. But it has to come from the political side. They have to mandate it. But the youth can go ahead. They can bug their politicians to be a part of the process. But until that happens and change happens, it's going to take, leaders, myself and others, to ensure the needs are met at the bottom levels.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to be opening the floor to any questions. So anyone in the crowd who has a questions, we will be able to.
Sorry, sister. Before you open the floor, I would like to give an opportunity to my brother Godwin.
Yes.
Brother Godwin, ladies and gentlemen, has created an amazing app. When you talk about innovation, you talk about technology, you talk about Brother Godwin. Brother Godwin has created a beautiful app called Moving. You know about Uber, you know about Bolt and Lyft. Guess what? We have a Black-owned, African-owned app similar to that. Now, brother, firstly, I want to know, there's Uber, there's Bolt. What made you decide that you want to create your own e-hailing app? And what has your challenges and your experiences been like so far?
Thank you, Brother Ndaba. I actually owe a lot of gratitude for inviting me to be part of this panel. And thank you for pushing me on. The movement we started 12 years ago in the US. I'm Tanzanian by origin. I left Africa when I was 15 years old. I've lived in the US for 35 years. I've given a lot to that country. I grew up in there. 12 years ago, graduated with an MBA from a prestigious school in the US and thought that I was going to live a life and a career in corporate America. Worked for Microsoft, and I was bit by the tech bug. Previously came from private equity. I saw firsthand the problems and the challenges of drivers in the United States complaining about fair wages. I saw firsthand the problems in the continent as even just ride hailing. What I saw that was very, very vivid to me was that coming to the continent and seeing that how progressed the Western economy was, and the fact that you can hail a ride through a mobile app, you can, heck, deliver a couch to your doorstep. You can even get a car through a mobile app. But yet, Africa, you still have to go to a place where you get the service. You still have to go to a place where service is provided, and even just stepping up to the taxi station, et cetera. I saw the first-hand challenges, and that's where we knew that we had a major digital divide, tech divide, and I said to myself that I was going to solve it. Armed with only $5,000 in my pocket, I said I'm going to build an app when Uber was valued at $80 billion. It was ridiculous. And people thought that this was a joke. And actually, so much that I actually went and said, well, it must be easy to get a co founder who is tech savvy. I didn't know any tech. And I could lead the company armed with an MBA. But that wasn't easy. And everybody thought it was ridiculous because obviously this is a capital intensive business. And mind you, we're talking about when I speak, continue to hear the story because it's going to inform you about how we land at the end. Because I did not quit. I saw, I could continue to experience rejection after rejection after rejection. And I finally reached within myself and I said, what else can I do? I started teaching myself how to code and programming. 9 months later, I had a prototype, positioned it with hotels. And where I was able to get my first set of clients. We scaled it from 1 city to 7 cities across the United States. We're a global company now, 5 countries, and we're about to quadruple our presence. And we've not received a single VC dollar, Mr. Silicon Valley. Let's talk. We bootstrapped our way to the top. We're proud of that, actually. But more keen on this story is that in 2019, in 2017, by the way, we embarked on our Africa strategy, starting off with Tanzania. In 2019, we opened our Kenya base, which became our Africa headquarters. I love Kenya, by the way. Kenya is amazing. Started off with a team of 5 folks, and we started running, built and scaled our technologies because I believed in Africa. And as of today, one of the missions that I had was Africa is capable. Africa can do it. And I said, one day I want to be able to say that I can reverse the trends of downward technology consumption and make it upward. And what do I mean by that? That we, as a US-based company, can be flushed with technologies made 100% in Africa for Western consumption and not the other way around. And we achieved that. We achieved that. If you go to New York City and major cities across the United States where we operate, all these technologies, whether we have e-commerce players or we have API-ready solutions that powering e-commerce players, the same driver that picks you up, drops you off, can deliver a package to your doorstep, are all powered by Kenyan and African tech. I say that with pride that the point that I'm trying to make it all is that there's conversations about Africa as a future. Africa is a future, and I hear that constantly and constantly, and no disrespect to this continued theme, but I disagree. I disagree because Africa is now. Africa is now. Africa is today, tomorrow, and beyond. And we are capable. So that little burning idea that you have in your mind, that you've always said, I can do it, I can do it, and you see all these roadblocks, and you says, maybe not. If you have that burning desire, do it, and you can accomplish it. What I was saying is, we always talk about the the rising opportunities. Africa, and I've heard it many a times here, we're saying that we have a growing 1.5 billion people or so, and it's a growing young population that is in need of opportunities, that is in need of exposure. But you know what? Africa has to help itself. And we have to help them within. We have the talent. We feed the world. We clothe the world. We supply the world. And how can we say that we are third rate? How can we say that we're incapable? Take case an example, Moving is powering Western economies. It's enabling e-commerce, large e-commerce players facilitate last mile delivery solutions, not just rideshare. But we also signed a massive deal with MasterCard, and we have a MasterCard rep over here, Mr. Dixon Chemjor. We are embarking on a next frontier. MasterCard tapped onto our proprietary payment solution called Move and Pay, which was also built to solve solutions for the African continent in digitizing cash. And 2 years ago, we signed a deal which we're now about to scale into multiple jurisdictions from Southern Africa to Northern Africa in 2026, 2027. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We all know how hard it is to build a startup with that amount of skill, especially when it comes to customer acquisition and just doing all those things. So please clap for him again. Anyway, I'm going to leave it open for the audience. If anyone has any questions for the panelists, please feel free.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am David Wekesa, a student from KCA University. And in fact, I have an unpopular opinion. This is not the first Mandela Summit. Last year, KCA University, under my leadership and the support from the institution, on July 18th, 2025, we held an event, Mandela International Day Leadership Summit. Yeah. So I think you should change the narrative that this is the first Mandela African Leadership Summit. Now, to my question, I have two questions to Mr. Ndaba and Mr. James. Now, Mr. Ndaba, in your book, if readers take only one lesson from going to the mountain, what must be it? What must be it? Now to Mr. James, what lessons can African governments and institutions learn from setups when implementing digital systems? Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much. Well, in the book, there are 11 lessons. So I will tell you about one so that you can go and read up the others and you will decide which one is the most important. So the one says, the tallest tree catches the hardest wind. The tallest tree catches the hardest wind. What does that mean? That means us as privileged people. What is privilege? Privilege is a person who does not have to worry about where he's going to sleep. You have a roof over your head. Secondly, you don't have to worry about where your next meal is coming from, right? So if you don't have to worry about where your meal is coming from, you have a roof over your head, you are privileged. As a privileged person, you have the obligation, you have the responsibility to look after others. Many of us were the first in our family to go to university. You have the responsibility to make sure your siblings get to university. As a tall tree, you have to make sure that other plants who are still growing have access to water. You have to make sure they have access to sunlight. You have to make sure that they have space for their roots to grow deeper and deeper so they can grow taller. The deeper the root, the juicier the fruit, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we all have a responsibility to make sure that when you get to the top, do not forget to send the elevator down to bring our people back to the top. That is what Mutombo, the NBA basketball player, used to say. So you have a responsibility, my brother, to your siblings, to your family, to your community.
Your question is interesting because there are so many verticals when it comes to government automation. We've been privileged to be in several countries across Africa, from Zambia, Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, and other countries where we've worked with governments to automate. The one thing that we've learned is first, the service has to be solving problems of the masses. A simple problem like renewing a driver's license wastes a lot of time when it's a manual process. All around the world, when you go to countries where that service has not been automated, it becomes very, very difficult. So there are key lessons. One, shared services. You don't need to automate each and every service in silos. You need to identify which services are shared services. One of the key important services is one, get your KYC or identity service infrastructure in place. Very, very important for any government before they start automating. Number two, payment infrastructure. In Kenya, the government abolished more than 2,000 individual pay bills for different governments and ministries. Now they have one central collection account where they have visibility of real-time revenue that is coming in from all different services. So having payment service as a shared service has helped so many government departments with already existing systems to integrate, those without to develop new ones. And then number three, the server hosting infrastructure. It is very, very critical for government to manage and control where the data sits. So those three critical infrastructure shared services is the key foundation now to build on by other innovators. But these are services that needs to be owned by the government, but through API, you can be able to be exposed to other, to IT companies and other partners of government to create and innovate around that. And since government is the holder of the biggest data, there are so many opportunities around that data that sits with government. And it's high time for most governments around Africa to be futuristic and design new services that are relevant to the current times. And of course, when it comes to digital economy, governments will now focus on building infrastructure. By that, what do I mean? I don't only mean internet access. I mean technology that a small SME cannot be able to afford, like a simple payroll system, like a simple POS system. These are different infrastructure investments that governments can expose for free to businesses so that these businesses can be able to start and operating without additional overheads. So also reducing to encourage adaptability, is to reduce the cost of applying these services online, so also attract more people to apply and get the services online. So that's what I can share for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Terence. I'm from the Entrepreneurs Network Association of Zimbabwe. So my question will be on the startups, right? So I've heard what is called the Made in Africa barrier, which says there is um, a war. It's like a spiritual war that prevents African startups to scale up into the global market. So my question to you is, how can African startups scale up? Like, how can a startup in Nairobi easily scale up into Lagos? And how can we utilize some organizations such as the African Free Trade, Free Trade Continent? And how can the African Rising Foundation come up with initiatives that give access to these startups to have the help that they need? Like you said, it's not all about money, but sometimes it's about the network. One startup produces something, and how can the foundation link them up to the next, provider that they can scale up from one nation to the other easily? Because most startups, they are starting up, but it is common knowledge that most startups fail within the first 5 years. So how can we overcome that made in Africa barrier? Thank you.
It looks like you're directing that question specifically to me. Um, and there's several layers to that question. First of all, that's a very, very important question. I'm going to give an answer to it just to kind of establish what it is. But I'm going to pass it over to Brother Godwin, because you've done businesses in multi-African nations. But I have been a part of mentorship program in South Africa that includes several African countries, and most of them have gotten funded. Okay, so that's one of the things that I want you to understand. A lot of times when we take a look at these barriers, it's basically in our mind. I working with this, our company is a startup, and we're intentional about putting made in Africa in our products, because Africa is in a place where we are loved, we're accepted, people celebrate. It's never what it used to be, especially in the United States. So it starts from the mindset of saying that it's really not a barrier, it's now a pride. Our accents, okay, a lot of you guys we said, oh, I have an American accent, but when I mean an American, they said you have African accent. So I have African accents. Our accent is now a pride. It's now a joy. Your Africanism should be encouraged by you. That pride should be there. And when you begin to connect with other companies and other institutions and forums that are supporting African businesses, you can find that there is a cross-platform in the ability to go to different countries. But Brother Godwin, what's your experience in going from different part of Africa? I think you can shed a light on that.
Thank you, brother, for passing over the question, and thank you, sir, for asking that question. This question that you asked is very unique in scope, and it really absolutely touches on my own personal experience. What did it take as an African led company to go global, and vice versa, return it and start scaling across Africa? One of the key things, I'll tell you a little bit of a story. When we went to Tanzania, we knew that digitizing payment was going to be very key. And how are we going to collect our commissions from our drivers? And we had to answer a very foundational question, that is, how do we monetize the platform? That's one. And what tools are we going to use to ensure that we're collecting our fees, but also paying digitally and also giving the user a digital payment experience? We partnered in 2017 with Vodacom Tanzania, and through that partnership, we were able to integrate with the M-Pesa payment platform. That opened us up to what at that time our product was called Move and Wallet. And Move and Wallet at that point became slowly but gradually a Move and Pay, and because we added additional functionalities. Why do I tell this story? Is because payments were at the center of everything. And if you can create what right now our payment system is multi-currency conversion, and we can move into different domiciles. So that's one. I mentioned Vodacom as one, but as we sit today, we have so many strategic partnerships. Partnering with people, partnering with corporations. You know, one of the biggest things that a lot of people in tech, and even a lot of African techs, we talk about this made in Africa, we fail, or there's a wall. There's just an invisible wall. The problem is that we want to hoard everything by ourselves, eat with others, go out there and fight with others, solve a problem with others. And that's how you're going to succeed. So we have to change. It's a mindset shift. Make sure you break bread with your brothers. As Brother Ndabra said, and everybody said, say, bring everybody up. Take the elevator down so somebody else can come up. Connect the network of partnerships so everybody can have some sort of play in that solution, so that when you can say it's a collaborative solution versus a singular-minded solution. Thank you.
Thank you. May I add one more thing really quickly? When you are innovating or creating business or solving problem, you want to make that solution so big that you cannot be ignored. So it goes back to what our friend from Alter Choice said. When you look, even when you're creating even digital content, the idea that those digital contents are very little or very small, it's in fact, again, it's an invisible wall. If you build that and you created an idea to build visibility and followership, so much so that you can create monetizations around it. And monetization doesn't have to be that you're making a lot of money from it. We ran a program for several years called Passion to Profit. So how do you take your tiny little idea and convert it into monetization? When you do that, even the big companies will say, how many followers do you have? Have you make a dime? And even if that money is not made online, they will listen to you and begin to have a conversation from there. So, in other words, for everybody that is listening, if you have any idea, do something with it, partner with others, make that idea such a big deal that people will want to partner with you. And that's where you want to start.
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Mudhoni. I'm from Rusenga Schools here in Nairobi. So my question is, how do we bring the conversation back to the classroom level? Godwin has told us that the future is now. So how do we start having these digital and innovative discussions at the classroom level so that we're able to upscale it? And it goes directly to I, Benjamin and James.
Thank you for that amazing question. One of the biggest problems we suffer in Africa starts at age 0, the moment the kid is born. Most parents don't have so much money to pay for quality house care. So the data we input to the kids from birth until, let's say, age 7 is so toxic. So we are not intentional from day 0, or we are not even aware that for us to build the future, we need to start now taking care of the little ones. So some of the technologies we are building, and very soon it will be in every parent's hands, are these technologies that are going to use AI to help these caregivers with tools that can help them understand what they need to do at the different stages of development. Not only will that help in structuring the mindset of the young ones, but also it will help the caregiver know what kind of content they need to expose the kids at the different stages. And we've monitored this over time, and we've realized that that's a problem that cannot easily be solved without technology, because we are dealing with a massive number of people whose mindset is still not so much widened. And with that, we feel we need to change our mindset. And if we are talking about the future, it needs to start with the young ones. Now, even in Kenya, we are having a shift in the education system where we are transitioning to CBC kind of learning. We are also intentionally investing heavily in tools that will help teachers, because we also understand that teachers are equally limited based on the environments and the exposure. So we have some of these teachers who are not exposed to the real world, and these are the people educating our kids down there. So putting the right tools to the teachers' hands so that they're able to help them track, because there's too much chaos every single day, both family matters and all this. Now, with the right technologies and the right tools and AI, we are able to now condense, help in the curriculum development, but tie in the kids together with the teachers so that all that can be traced, because there is so much data that is lost between the school, between playtime and during homework. Now, aggregating all this data will help policymakers in decision making in terms of how are these kids consuming data at the different stages. So currently, we lack technologies and that will help our education sector. And even though people are creating content, distribution of the right content to the right audience is a big problem currently. So we have a situation where if you want kids to, you give a phone and you just search videos for kids, and then you give your young one, and they'll keep on watching content that you don't have control over. So even distribution of the right content is currently missing. And all these are opportunities to be grabbed by anyone who has the capabilities to build that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take my points from where you landed. But before I do that, I would like for us to give a round of applause for a question. I think it's one of the most critical questions of the day. We cannot eradicate poverty without putting a highlight on education. We stood by this in our company. Let me first say the Aquaboost was designed to power several different devices that education systems and program can be transmitted through. Because a lot of times you go into the rural area where there is no electricity, so it's even difficult for them to be able to transmit those education platforms to them. But I wanted to say that, and this is very, very important, we are all called to educate. We are all called to teach the younger ones how to become who they are called to be. And there are several systems, platforms that are available today. I like what James said about providing the right content to the audience. But those who educate the market dominate the market. So the online education today, it's over almost $300 billion a year. And each one of us can understand that we can be a contributor in that field, knowing how to get the right education programs, course curriculum, and package it. Now, it has to depend on the school district and all of the above. But what James said, the last point that he made was one of the points that I wanted to establish on. Anybody that is willing to take a closer look into education and willing to understand what the problems are and looking for a way to create solution is positioned for incredible success. I know several companies in the world that are looking for solutions, that are willing to partner with solutions for education in Africa. I'll give you one example. There is a really good friend of mine that have their own version of the company is called Biela, which is basically a code system. They created a specific program called Teach Me Code, and they are making it available for free for anywhere in Africa. And they literally recently approached me and said that, hey, how can we get the children of Africa to have access to this platform? And I'm making a bold, open declaration to say I am going to connect African Rising Foundation to be the platform that is going to Teach Me Code to all of Africa. We're going to make that. It's going to be established. And this is, they make this millions of dollars, so they're not willing to charge a dime just to help the children of Africa have access to learn how to code. Brother Godwin said he had to teach himself how to code just to even have access to that system. I want to say, and this is not only in Africa, I'm gonna stop this just by saying this. Our education system is broken. Students are being taught, even in the United States and in Europe, they are being taught things in schools that they are not going to remember or use. And we are in a place where the true education systems of value that can position them to have control, we're not teaching them even at a very lower level from 0 years old, like James said. So I want to encourage every single one of us, number one, to see yourself as an educator. Again, those who educate the market will dominate the market. And number two, to figure a way to be a part of seeking opportunity in providing solution for education system in Africa. I cannot overemphasize on how much billions of dollars that are available to be grabbed. And you don't have to be the one that will make all the billions. Just 1% of it is way more than enough. Just send me a check and I will say thank you.
Have
Can I just bring? I know Priscilla didn't ask Michael. Let me push to my industry, right? So, we run a film academy here in Kenya. We have the East African Film Academy. We have 5 across Africa: Nigeria, Zambia, and South Africa. And I heard right now in Kenya, part of the CBE, there's a new curriculum called Arts being introduced, and sadly it was the lowest grade 10, but I think it's a mindset thing, right? But I just want to give a sense. We get 5,000 per year just here requests, but we can only accommodate 20. But it's a fully funded 1-year film academy by MultiChoice, state of the art equipment and master classes from international and Hollywood studios. And then by the end, 80% of the students are economically active, meaning they open a company before they finish the course and they straight into the job. So I think it's just, if we can increase the number that we can impact, and we need to balance between quality and volume. But I think the misconception of the business of film is still there. It's still like it's just art. No, there's the business of film. There's business of art, and you don't underestimate that. I don't know. Many Gen Zs are here, but if you know Mr. Beast, do you know Mr. Beast? Yeah, it's the biggest YouTuber, right? You know how big is his crew? He has 300 people working for him, but you probably think he's one guy, right? So there's the business of film, and I think it's just a mindset shift that we need to have. You can educate, you can come through the CBE curriculum, and you can really be economically active even before you graduate. And we're very proud for that. Every year we have East African students graduating to film. And James, my friend, we have the right content. We are the content distributors. Our content is vetted by the Kenya Film Classification Board. We put the age, and we have parental controls. You can put a code, and you have kids' profile. So it exists already. Just how to amplify it. Yeah. Thank you.
I have something else to add when it comes to that. So the people who are responsible now, the higher education institutions, I think you should ask yourself also a few questions when it comes to the education system now. How can we move from a mainstream type of education to need-based type of education? Because the industry and the world keeps evolving, but we keep being taught the same things in school. So how can we move from mainstream to need-based curriculums? For example, how he was learning how to code. How can we introduce need-based curriculums in the schools? Number two, how can we ensure that even the consumption from the people who are learning, how can it be up to date? So how are you delivering the modules that are being taught? Are you doing it maybe, for example, now that we're talking about digital transformation, are we doing it digitally? How can we move from learning as individuals in classrooms to also incorporating communities? So for example, the people who are learning how to code, how can we be able to move from just one person in the classroom to forming communities that can be able to learn together and teach each other as well? So I think those three questions should be put in place when it comes to also the conversation of capacity building.
Again, for one of the ADDI missions in Burkina and West Africa is to put in mutually exclusive pathways. It takes a while for the government to wake up and to do things, and we can't wait for them and the educational system. But the skill centers in Burkina Faso that will be installed, and again, they're mutually exclusive pathways. People could go to school and then they could access some of the skill centers where the IT and the other sort of tech sort of knowledge can be imparted, and then partner up with actual businesses, and people can do like internships or weekends, and they can then be enhanced and learn about this stuff not just formally in the classroom, because the government's going to take a while before they change the curricula.
Any other? Woo,
Yes.
we have a lot of questions.
Yes. Oh, I have the mic here, right here, guys.
Maybe let's get just two more questions and then we can continue the conversation during the summit as we go. The panelists are still here until like 5 p.m., so you can ask them also personally. So let's take two more.
Yes. Hello there. My name is Purity Mutua. I am a young upcoming leader. I am currently the Vice President of the Student Council at the University of Nairobi, the biggest university in Kenya. And I lead 60,000 students. And we found that, just as Ndaba mentioned, we can't operate as silos. And last year, I was part of a team that created the Pan-African Student Leaders Forum, because we realized the conversation on governance affects all of us, and we have a lot of similarities. This year in June, we will be convening student councils from across the continent, in Durban, South Africa, actually. And there's young people at the helms of taking governance and policy positions across the continent. And we are probably nearing our Vision 2030 in Kenya and many other visions that countries had put in place for them to accomplish economic, innovation, and maybe infrastructural goals that will not be met. How do young people who are coming into the front lines now change not only our governance styles, but also break the borders and collaborate together as different countries? Because you'd find that in terms of governance, Kenya in a way tends to have a bit of hostility between, even just within our neighbors. I wouldn't comment too much on the political dynamics as it is. But in 10 years, 20 years, we'll be having presidents coming from this space. So how do we change and collaborate and create a narrative? Not just a narrative, but action, because we'll be in these forums, we'll discuss. But 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to come, we might actually just come with borrowed ideologies that may have not been effective. So this question is open. What is next for young people? And apart from that, it is also to extend a partnership, because I am the partnerships coordinator for the Pan-African Student Leaders Forum. And I'd be glad to have people come on board to take our conversation here and translate it to the young people who are going to take these seats and these positions. Thank you.
Of course, anybody can chime in here. Young people need to stand up and be counted. It's not just about running for the presidency. It's about your representative councillors in your different constituencies. It's about the mayor. It's about the committee members on those different committees. You've got a finance committee, you've got an education committee, you've got the healthcare committee. We need young people to be in those committees because those committees control large amounts of money. They control budgets. Budget for the police, budget for the water, budget for the technology. But yet young people are not stepping into those positions. Large amount of those councillors are guys that are over 50 years old. So if you want to change the system, you have to be part of the system. Otherwise, things will never change. The current crop of leaders have a huge gap between them and us. They don't speak your language. The things they talk about do not relate to you. They're not relative. So in order for us to change the system, we have to be part of the system, sister. We have to encourage young people to go into public service. Young people need to go in public service and not expect some hero to fall from the sky who's going to save them. Nobody's coming to save you. You have to save yourself. We have to pull up our socks. We have to put on our gloves. We have to get dirty. We have to get in there. It's not about having the fresh white sneakers. It's about putting on your rain boots sometimes, putting on that work suit and getting into the community. But now we need to get into those structures of government that make decisions on behalf of communities.
I can give it a shot. First, thank you so much for that response. And I also want to acknowledge your questions and your positioning here. That question is huge. How can we change the next generation? I mean, it almost seems as if to be able to solve this, answer this question, there's a lot of system strategy that needs to be implemented so that we can put structure around what is already on the baseline. And this is really what the African Rising Foundation is about. You also said that you were seeking for collaboration, and we would love to have a conversation with you and to see how we can collaborate together to be able to establish, to be a part of the conversation, even in your school, especially with the influence that the University of Nairobi have across the border. But what I would say is that going with what Ndaba said, the answer to that question is the ability for us to understand what you guys have in place. The system that you have in place, what is it that you're doing today systematically to create influence and change in the young generation? Then we can look at the resources that we have available to partner with you to be able to get those things executed. So we can come in to enhance what you're doing, but the strength is absolutely in your hands.
I thank you. I want to also jump in real quick and add a couple of things to this. Thank you for that question, because as I said again, the youth are the future, and it's you mentioned something about having networks. You're connected. You're going to be in Durban, so that means that the University of Nairobi already has networks of other student bodies that you guys connect with, and then through those conversations, that's where networks happen, problem solving happens. And this is more so of just advice. But we're talking about a problem and maybe saying, you mentioned something very specific. How can we just make sure that we're taking action? It's not just talking points. Taking action also involves intentionality. You have to be intentional about solving the problem. When once you become intentional about solving the problem, the next level is advocacy, creating the networks. You have to go and advocate. Gen Z and younger generation, students are equally as powerful. You're a voting bloc in this country and near and far. You can control the outcomes of the future and even the leadership of this country. You take the power within, you advocate your position, you go out there, change policies, and put yourselves at the center of power and the seats of power. As you said again, you're the future presidents. That's why I put in my 2 cents.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that that there's a global problem too with students. I mean, that's a massive university, and God knows, I've been to about 13 now, so no shortage of universities. But just there are a lot of graduates all over. Now, Africa is in a special place. I went to Calabar and I spoke at two high schools, a lot of students, and I almost got, let's mobbed at the end. But I just said to them, look, this is at a special time when the biblical story will be told. And the sixth region is not just what you see there, it includes Europe and America, Asia, the whole planet, pretty much, the sixth region. When that's redefined, every child related to Africa will have a job. They can do something from hairdressing to aerospace engineering. The world will be lining up to come to Africa. Where the other countries, Harvard, Yale, you name it, God help those graduates because I don't know where they're going to go. But as far as Africa's concerned, this is it. This is happening, and the revelation is here.
One last one.
Thank you. Viva Mandela, viva. Viva Mandela, viva. When I say Mandela, Mandela, you say Madiba. Mandela, Mandela. Viva Mandela, diva. Thank you. My name is Victor Misur. I am a politician, a young politician, and incoming member of parliament for Garisani constituency, God willing, 2027. So my colleague actually had asked a question, and the reason as to why I was standing is because I have a solution to his problem. And I'm posing this to the panel because the solution needs guidance. And this is to answer the question, how can we get young people to occupy these elective positions? So after the protest that we had in Kenya, we realized that real change can only come when we take the spaces of governance. So me personally, I developed an electoral campaign management system that is powered with AI and a voter management system that is powered by AI. So why did I start these equipments? Because in Kenya, for you to win a member of parliament seat, and it's an open secret, you need to have at least 200 million shillings. And for young people to even have $1,000, it's a hassle in Kenya. So this system cuts the campaign funding by more than 3/4, because the system helps you as a young person who is vying into office. It helps you to campaign, manage your campaign, and also the AI helps to predict your probability of winning. It gives you suggestion what to do and how to do it for you to win a seat. Now, I want this technology to especially go to my fellow young leaders across Africa. But the problem that I'm having is, how can I roll out? How can I share this to my fellow leaders without being taken advantage of? Number two, how can I partner with a like-minded organization? I can see Ndamba here. Maybe how can we partner so that young people who are aspiring to be leaders can have an advantage vis-a-vis the leaders who have been in the system with the money? And so my question or my suggestion is, how can we partner so that this system can help bring up a crop of leaders that will affect the change that we want? Thank you.
It's very simple. Again, guys, please add your part. But it's very simple, brother. Take my details, I take yours, take my email, you call me, we start action and start discussing. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have a comment. So, great innovation. Number one, think about intellectual property before commercialization for this specific thing. Number two, you're going to be handling a lot of data. So, think about that as well. How are you going to handle that? Number three, a lot of due diligence needs to go in for the people who are actually coming into the system, maybe the politicians who want to run. And of course, there's so many people who want to run, especially from the preliminaries all the way up to the presidential candidates. So those three things.
Let me say this. It's almost unwelcome to talk about digital monetizations, creative economy, uh, digital economy without talking about go to market, which is basically what your question is. Um, we talked to over 1,000 young entrepreneurs and senior entrepreneurs at some point, startup founders, and a lot of them spend a lot of energy to creating the product, to building the platform, but they have zero to nothing on how to go to market. We've seen that in filmmaking. They spend millions of dollars to creating some of the best products. They just end up in their garage because they don't understand how to go to market. That is a big conversation in itself. And you can tell these guys from what they talked about, one of the key things that you wanted to establish as you begin to figure out how to penetrate the market is to, number one, understand the psychology of consumption for the markets that you are going. How do those people consume the product? We call it just knowing your avatar really well, knowing the people that you are creating that product. And then you also have to understand the psychology of conversion in that market. And you don't start trying to go to market when your product is fully completed. You start from when you are just thinking about the product, because there's several market testings that needs to be done. Like I mentioned earlier, you have to establish yourself as an authority in that. There are so many monetization product ladder that is included before you sell that product. You can begin to monetize your idea from being an expertise, and this is a whole lot of conversation. But here's what I wanted to leave everyone with. As you are trying to solve a particular problem by either creating an application or building a movement or holding an app, whatever the case may be, begin to think about who are the people that you are called to serve. It's not so much about the product, it's a whole lot about the people. So when you begin to understand who are these people, what is their problem, what keep them up at night, what are they dying for? And then you can begin to go to market from the beginning and speak in the language that they understand. That way you can begin to build networks, you can begin to build relationships, you can exchange business cards. By the time you're fully in a place where you are, brother, you already understand, have enough data on how to intentionally penetrate that market. So it's a whole lot conversation that we can have around that. But as we begin to talk about digital platform and creative economy, go to market, it's one of the key things that you cannot ignore.
Okay.
I can add something. Uh, I just wanted to add one more suggestion. There's also something called conflict of interest. So when you're a politician and you're rolling out a platform, they'll be very reluctant just because of who is handling this data and how are you going to use this data to your advantage. So you may want to use other proxies to package your product to the market. Number two, value. Focus on the value you're creating to your customers. Not all products are for the masses. So as long as you know who is your customer and how much are they willing to pay for the service you are offering to them, then you'll know how to price it. Why? Because it's very important to also look at your infrastructure cost. When you're putting up AI, it has cost, and you may go bankrupt overnight. So it's very important in a unit of economics to capture all those costs so that you know from day one you'll start burning cash. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, backbenchers, Melia, ndani ya S class. Anyway, yes, you. One more.
I have a mic.
I am also biased. Who is the brother from California? Were you raising up your question? And well, I would like just because you travel so far. I mean, I would like to entertain your question if that's okay. So we can take your question. I mean, that question you mentioned, and then the
Yes, last one, and then our brother, and then we're done.
Thank you so much.
For free. It's a charity
But still check the credit as mine. Okay.
Again, intellectual property. Please start from there because that's the only way you can be able to start and protect it.
I also want to say that this is not going to be the last panel. There's going to be a lot. We have so much that is packed for the weekend. The other speaker is going to speak. We're going to have more opportunity to ask questions. Look, the team they have a lot of good things in store for us, and we're just barely scratching the surface.
I know you love this. I know you are going to love this. I help individuals navigate through emotional and psychological challenges. My name is Anthony Mwoki. I'm a clinical psychologist working for National Police Service Commission as a senior psychologist and the founding director to Treasure Discovery. Here, one of every 4 of us is likely to be experiencing a mental health condition right here. And therefore, I feel mental health concerns are closer home than any other given moment in time. I recently conducted a research and I realized that in our workplaces and in our educational institutions, we have serious issues with mental health related concerns. And for example, for high schools, the onset of conditions like schizophrenia, bipolar mood disorders, and other conditions are during adolescent and teenage age bracket. And so when I spotted that, I asked myself, what are the competencies of the teachers that are supporting guidance and counseling departments in those institutions? And I realized that more than 95% of those teachers lack basic counseling skills, yet they sit in guidance and counseling departments to support our adolescents and youth. It was very concerning as it is for you. And so I developed a module. We're going to train the first cohort of the 10,745 teachers countrywide to train them on basic counseling skills starting this February from 25th to 27th. It's a serious workshop. And if you want to shine matters mental health, I'm the right guy to partner with.
Okay.
Now my question is, what are we going to do as we talk about health, innovation, leadership, to infuse mental health related concerns in our respective creativity and innovation industries? Thank you so much. Next time, please include someone there for mental health conversation. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's a very good conversation to be had. How does leadership look like when you're navigating all these emotions? Because whether we like it or not, when you're making decisions as a leader, they come from an emotional point of view. So, yeah, that's a really good conversation to be had. I think we can be able to incorporate it into the conversations that are being had during the summit. So, thank you so much for that. The last question, and then.
Oh, hi. Good day. Good
Good evening.
Is it already afternoon? Yes.
Okay.
Afternoon.
I think they want us to put a stop to the question for the next panel. So I think both of you will be the first two that will ask question on the next panel. So please.
I think I already have the mic, so I can just go ahead and do it.
Well, we appreciate, we absolutely, we can give you a round of applause for the mic. And
I don't need that.
okay, well, go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, so my name is Collins. I work with community-based organizations, and I'm also a journalist. And in our communities, we are told that we have to take our chances. So I'm taking this particular chance, yeah. So I come from a community called Mukuru Kwajenga over there, and I'm professionally I'm a journalist. So I say that I do my content with style and impact, trying to make impact into the community. And these questions goes to Nzora Miranda because he's the one that I can totally relate with in terms of content and innovation and digital economic transformations. About a month ago, we saw a content creator from the United States who is Aisho Speeds, and it had to take somebody from outside Africa to show how Africa is capable and what is made up of. You know, he came here and we saw a lot of people from outside the country saying that, you know, I didn't think this is how Africa is. I didn't know this what Africa is capable of. So for me, and we saw that we had a conversation that when Aisho Speed came to Kenya, he was even offered money by our Kenyan government, but he refused because he knew by just doing that particular stream, it's enough for him in terms of money, you know, and also in terms of that. So I want to know from Nzora Miranda, how can we ensure that our own people, because in Kenya he had over 10 million people streaming that particular live, believe in our own innovations and believe that we can give them value, not just, you know, just any other content. How can we ensure that they believe that we can give them value? So thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna be very short, and I think the panel already discussed that. And I think scale before you monetize. That's it. You didn't come here with 0 subscribers. You're at 46 million. You just added kidogo. So do it first. And I think Ndabatoba is correct. Do it first. You get scale and then you monetize. I think we are thinking different way. You monetize first, then you scale. That's not the right formula. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to be continuing the conversations during the other sessions. So let's have the last round of applause and then we leave for lunch.
Yes. But you also we'll keep the mic for you. We'll give you after lunch.
Give me one of the mics up. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. Hello. I'll request everybody to be seated so we can give you guidance on how we will go for lunch. So for now, what we are doing, we want the panelists to be able to take an official picture with the moderator. So kindly, so let's take a picture, please. Yes. I'd like to welcome you again. Thank you for coming. Hydrate a lot. We still have enough food, and we'll still, I think, have 4 or is it 5 o'clock tea. So we are here for leadership. We are here to learn. We are here to innovate. And most important to me, we are here to network. So please look at a friend next seated to you. Just look at them and ask them, if I know you, I am not progressing. Please look at the friend sitting next to you and tell them, if I know you, I am not progressing. Please tell them. So we have a Kenyan team table right there. They've been seated together the whole day, yet they came to an African summit, which they should ideally be networking, but they are not moving from the table. Guys are coming and taking pictures with Daba and the rest of the leaders that are here. In between, contacts are being exchanged. You are seated with your friend discussing about TikTok videos that happened this morning. You're not helping your life. So please, before you leave this place, have at least 10 contacts, new ones, of someone you've never met and someone that post this event tomorrow, you'll be able to meet, discuss, and be able to network together and see whether that can result to business. Do not confine your networks to your neighborhood and your workplace and Nairobi or Kenya. You need to expand more than that. In a few minutes, we shall be sharing the link of the pictures that we filmed in the morning. So we will give it to the leadership within the African Mandela leadership, who will be able to also forward the same link so that by the time we are leaving here, everybody can access good quality pictures of the morning session. So hashtag, please come. I want to show you the guy that you need to make sure he takes your picture. We are doing this for the guys who've just come in. The guys who are here in the morning are very happy. They've taken tons of pictures, including my sister here. So this guy, he decided of all names in the world, he calls himself hashtag. So that tells you how he knows what he's doing. So when hashtag approaches you, make sure you take pictures. Because it will be very bad, thank you, that you finished 2 days here and you're appearing nowhere in the link. Okay? That will be very disastrous. So, very quickly, I'd like to recognize a few people that are here. Then I will hand over. Please remember, I'm just the guy that does housekeeping. So, we have, again, paramedics. Please stand up. We have paramedics who are standing there from E+. And we have some behind there, if you can see. In case your friend is not feeling well, please do not take anything for granted. Approach those guys. They are actually doctors. And the ambulances parked outside are not to do wee and take you to hospital. No, they're actually hospital on wheels. They can treat anything. Okay, so safety is very important. We also have a fire brigade which is behind there. In case you see fire erupting somewhere, don't panic. Inform us, we'll come and extinguish it. The guys you are seeing on reflectors are part of our security, and we have other undercover security. So the place is safe, okay? Very safe for you. When you are coming in, for those who've just come in, you can see the little white tents. We have the exhibition going on, but behind there is the more important reason, are extra washrooms. So we have washrooms up here. You don't need all to go and queue there. We have like 8 of them in twin. So we call it twin. So they are 16, very important. In case there is an emergency, we will all walk, not run, and go all the way to the parking where we do that's where we call a fire assembly point. Thank you so much. If I mention you, kindly stand. In our midst, we have former ambassador of the Federal Republic of Somalia and also the People's Republic of China, Ambassador Mohammed Awil. Kindly stand up. Let's give him a big round of applause. He's here with us. Thank you, sir. She gave a speech in the morning, the youngest in the room. She's only 13 years old. Put your hands together for the CEO, Destiny Helpers Charity Foundation, Eileen Florence Akinyi, all the way from Kisumu. We have manager, Destiny Helpers Foundation, that is focused on empowering young women activities. Put your hands together for Stella Tande. Where's Stella Tande? Please stand up. Yeah, don't be afraid. Networking, let people see you. Yeah, and if they come, you give them your card first. Don't wait for them to give them yours. Okay. We have more. Now the handwriting here is not easy, so but I'll try. Very good friend of mine. I think my friend was a doctor before she became what I'm going to read. She's a regional director, Africa Tourism Board. She's a founder of Africa Birthright Return, regional lead in Atlanta. Black Chambers, and partner of the Sports and Sustainable Tourism Chamber Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Betty. You see the people we have, and you are seated with your friends that you came with from the estate. Kenyans, yeah, that table of Kenyans there. Okay. Okay. We also have, in our midst, founder Hekima Kaka Society, founder Mid Maisha, and vice chairperson Women's Service for Peace Kenya, and a board member of Sisters for Hope. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Ambassador Awor Agnes S. PhD. If your name is like Chris Kiro without a PhD, clap twice. Me, I don't have a PhD, so please join me in clapping very hard. So now I'd like to invite a colleague of mine. He is from a county. He's from a county that has the longest coastline. Daba, I don't know who in this table has been to Kilifi. Who has been to Kilifi here? My friend Charles, tourists are here. Tourists are here. Immediately after this event, Kili. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Charles Kamau is the Deputy Chief of Staff and Head of Strategic Partnerships, County Government of Kilifi, C-Level Advisor on Public PPS. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to him to run the rest of the program. Let's give him a big round of applause all the way from Kilifi. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Kilifi happens to have the longest coastline in Kenya, spanning 254 kilometers. So you should definitely come and see it. A big hand to Kilifi. Lisa has been to Kilifi. Yes. And she's coming to do something amazing for us as a county. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Be upstanding, be upstanding. It's been a heavy meal, eh? So we mentioned all the counties in the morning with Salim. Table at the back by Kenyans. Monewa sana. Let's be upstanding. Let's be upstanding. I know it's always awkward to be told to stand up and you don't know what to do. Now just please get seated. Allow me to invite Dr. Wilton McDonald, the second, and the only man in the room who is in his 13th university, third PhD, you said, to come and do the session keynote. We're going to be speaking about the environment and sustainability. He's going to open for us with a keynote from that. Later on, I'll invite my panel and we'll delve deep into that discussion. A round of applause for 13 universities, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Not the food talking. We need to be fired up. It's good to be here in Kenya. Thank you to Ndiba, Mandela, the foundation, the family, and this opportunity to be here. All the dignitaries, protocols observed. I'm so delighted. This is my fourth trip to Kenya, and it will not be the last. Now, I have a presentation, and it focuses a bit on leadership too. There are a lot of qualities that Mr. Mandela spoke about, and service being one of them. And we need to serve as leaders. Where there is great power comes great responsibility. And so another aspect of leadership is some expertise, some information and knowledge that can be transformative, that can really lift and move a whole generation. So I would like to start this presentation off with the first video, if that could be queued up.
What didn't survive in the books? So tonight, we bring the painting to life and let the king speak for themselves.
Jestem Jerzy Dominik Lubomirski. Jestem czarnym księciem Europy. I am Prince Jerzy Dominik Lubomirski, a black prince of Europe. Ich bin Friedrich Fitztum von Eckstedt, ein schwarzer Graf Europas. I am Friedrich Fitztum von Eckstedt, a black count of Europe. Jag är Carl Gustaf, son till Sveriges kung. I am Carl Gustaf, son of the King of Sweden. I am a black baron.
Nazwali mnie Augustem II Mocnym, królem Polski i księciem Litwy.
I am the true King of Poland, Duke of Lithuania. They called me Augustus the Strong, and I am a black man. Come to the what?
GTR Publishing.
Okay, so back to the screen and the paintings. Anyone cue up the paintings? Where's the IT? I need the paintings back. You know who's running IT? Hello? IT? Cue up the painting. Okay. So, but any lawyer, I'm a barrister lawyer in 7 countries, and I've been doing lawyering and financial law for 30 odd years in accounting. So, lay the foundation. So, I'm running a research group. So, it's part of the third PhD project, and I live in Poland. So, this painting, I have a team of people all over the place that tip me off. So, someone called up and tipped me off that this painting was hiding out in the Dresden Museum of Ethnology. And the first question I asked, is it on public display? The good old Germans said no. And then I said, well, why not? Because that part of the museum, the Dresden Museum of Ethnology in Germany, is undergoing renovation. And I asked them, okay, how long? About 25 years. So it's still not public. And I purchased a print, and I can have the rights to display it. So according to the AI video, we have 4 riders, okay? Because in searching for my namesake, to know who's a McDonald, you have to understand my even background. It's not just 13 universities and all these PhDs and all these accolades and all that now, global CEO and founder of Iberia. I was stateless for 26 years. In the 6th region, I had no home. I didn't even have a passport. A son of missionaries. My dad, Dr. MacDonald I, no fault of him, but according to British law, as kind as it is, stateless for 26 years. University was fun. And so it created in me a desire to learn and try and understand and unpack where I'm from, because I was McDonald's and I can't hide. McDonald's, burger places, every street you go on, you see a McDonald's. People from all over Australia, New Zealand claiming fame. Yeah, they're Australia. South Africa, they're McDonald's. And I got my name from a hat. I got my name from, I don't know, Master. So when I saw this, oh Lord God, help me. But I saw this painting where if you could read German, the names of each rider is underneath the rider. And one nasty academic said, oh, no, they had blackface on, which is a Hollywood stupid thing. I don't understand blackface. But if you look at the arms and legs, you could see that visibly on some of the riders, they're black skin. And so this was featured in Warsaw, Poland. And I may know something about Poland. My wife of 21 years happens to be Polish. And I've been living in Poland for about 12 years now, and living in exile. We have a nice townhouse. But when I look at her family tree and her friends and cousins and the dog and the cat and the rabbit, there's no history. All I see is black faces. So again, laying the foundation. When I went to, well, this man's house is the royal castle in Poland. You saw the backdrop to the film? That's the royal castle in Warsaw, Poland. It still exists today. It looks like they were riding in a field. No, they were featured because according to the script, when dignitaries came to Poland, and you notice his headdress, it's even more opulent than the rest of the riders. So he's a king of Poland. And when you look at the wiki page, you see a white guy, and happens that he has red and blue. They got the red and blue robe right in wiki, but the rest of it, that dead wrong. So that was Augustus Strong, and his king, his palace is still standing today. Now, another kicker. When I went to Dominic's house, this one. Okay, when they're by the Ukraine border, still around. The oldest part of that castle of Dominik Lubinski. I mean, he said his name, he's Polish, black man. The oldest part of that castle, which I visited, had 8 columns with black faces carved in the rock. The hands, the legs, the hairline, everything intact. But guess what? The face is ripped off. Boy, that they love that. Look at the Sphinx. They love that to bits. They love that to death. That's their sweetheart. They just take off the nose because, boy, you know, that nose is not going to hide. So the Morse quadrille is real. This has been verified and validated. So if this is Europe, how can people say in this time when ICE locking up people, like the police coming around and saying, where you from? I don't understand. Then where you from? You Mr. Trump. Don't even tell me right now, I don't care, it's in live stream, Mr. Trump, you made a movie about Melania, where she's from. God knows, no, I don't know where she's from. Because I don't know where my wife is from. She's Eastern Europe. She's Eastern Europe. I don't know. But Trump has a mama from Scotland. No, sorry, no, that's wrong. I can tell you right now, that can't be Scottish. And he has a father from Germany, Trump, that he has to try again because, what was that? This brother, this one here, rider number 2, exhibit 2. What do you see? From Germany. And this is 1706, or rather 706, if you want to get more elegant and say 706, because there's a time, Gregorian calendar. I've been researching this hard. The year 582 was changed to 1582. You could say plus and minus a few years, but think about it. What do you know from the Vandalic Wars? Again, 13 universities. If you want, go ahead, read in Oxford. Some of these books, like Harvard, they have a little book, a little green book that they hardly even issue on the Vandalic Wars. What do you know about the tribes that defeated Rome in 476? How do you know about the lives that they lived? I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the nonsense. Okay? I'm tired of it. Because you know what? Africa is the grandfather of the world, but the father is Europe. So if you love your grandfather, you don't love your father too, and you're going to let someone else hijack it and claim fame. No, the claim of fame stops because you don't claim fame and claim prestige that you belong in Europe. Again, I don't know where. I have my suspicions, and I love my wife dearly. I have my suspicions. Maybe a Caucasus cave, maybe a lab. But there are certain things called cloning that actually happened in the 1800s. I mean, go look it up. You have some videos. Cabbage babies. Cabbage babies. And the other records, but Freemasons, this stuff. This stuff is not in textbook. But the Freemasons, there's one guy called Guy Anderson, and he's talking about it, saying that they had little pens for the South Africans in here. How did it get there? They didn't come there as prisoners. They came in small cages, little toddlers, like 2, 3, 4 toddlers to a cage. And that's how they came to South Africa on a boats. So you're talking about a slave trade and Kunta Kinte, and this man went over there to Africa, well, from Africa to the Caribbean. Think about the pens, the little cages that the Freemasons say that how whites and those babies, those toddlers, those clones came wherever they went. Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. They're there. How did they arrive? You pressed them hard enough. How did you get there? This is real, folks. And Swedish, the land of the blonde and blue eyes. So I really tried to trace my family roots and to see if this makes sense. And until this is revealed, we'll all be sort of subservient and enslaved, chains. There are 2 thoughts, folks. There are 2 thoughts, and we have a lot of educated people in here. We have this thing that we came from monkey or animal. There's a thing called a Neanderthal index on 23andMe. I proved this for myself. My dad did the test. He's 80% African, proud African, and he's 20% white. So Caucasian or other. But it's true, he's kind of other. But he's 20% of the other, and he's 80% black, African. Now, he did the test. 23andMe, he scored a 1% on the Neanderthal index. 1%. My mom and my wife is white, my mom is Indian. They took the test, they did 80% score. My kids took the test, they're 10%. Me, I'm less white, I scored 4%. That is just one measure. I mean, they tell you this stuff about evolution. I don't understand how people, and it's taught in the curriculum. This is for the government, this is for the people of Africa. Why do you have this stuff? Why do you even have a white Jesus? I just don't understand this because look at this. This is right here in your face. This is Europe. This is the 700s. You could say 1700s, 700s. Because again, to the Vandalic Wars, people do not know how they lived after they defeated Rome. After 476, that was a moment in time, a reset. After 476, they just said, that's the Dark Ages. Well, my response is the Dark Ages were never dark. They just never existed. You can't say you're going to have Moors come to tell you don't throw your mess on the street, or don't do this, or take a bath more than once a year. That is nonsense. It makes no sense. It just, the disconnection of the brain. So you have 2 paths here. You have the path where you come from a common animal, And the blacks went to Africa to hang out and beat some drums and cook some yams and just sing Kumbaya. And that's what they're going to tell me. That's where it ends. And 300 years, 400 years ago, they just grab you up and you went to the West and you got wear pants. And they brought Jesus in white, and then you worshiped Jesus and got Christian, and you became a Christian. But that's one way of looking at it. The other way is you have this timeline where we're all created black, okay, in God's image. If you grow anything, if you're a farmer, those who are farmers, barring metals or some impurities, the ground's color is. So this is where we come from, and we stayed that color. So the crux of the thesis is haplogroup E versus R. For those scientists in the room, how many scientists? How many scientists? How many understand DNA? few hands. So you basically get a box, they get a classification, and the classifications are wrong. Mr. Mandela is an E. I'm proud to say Mr. Mandela and his grandfather would be an E. I'm an E. But according to the classification, E ought to be A because it's the largest and most populous group. Now, who else is an E? Vladimir Putin. Oh yeah, he looks sub-Saharan African, but he, the brother loves Africa. When he comes next, you say, hey, Putin. He's an E. Who else was an E? Napoleon Bonaparte, confirmed E. President Woodrow Wilson, US. The Wright brothers gave us the airplanes. Albert Einstein. You have lots of E's. Egyptian kings. So these are E's. And this would be where we come from, our family, right? And that would make sense as E versus R. The meadow babies, I don't want to use the word cabbage, the meadow babies were R, O, and H. That's the haplogroups. And M. My mom is an M. My wife's is an H, and then they're R and O. So what they presuppose is that they came from Indians, and they progressed from Indians. And from Indians, they then became suddenly whiter. But the thing is that the Aboriginal, how many understand I've seen and met an Aboriginal person? So I met a couple too. Now when you take their DNA, which I have, and I even lost the bag over it, they actually took my bag the first time in my life. They took the bag because they thought samples were there. I collected, they're type S. So if you look at the haplogroups, you have O, which is Indian, Chinese, you have R, which is white, and then you have S. Now does that make sense? Now, next time you're drinking your latte or cappuccino, try and take the black coffee out of it. I want you to do that. I want you to do that, ladies and gentlemen. Just do it. Just they're telling you have Meso-Indians, then you have whites, then you have haplo-S, the Aboriginals came from the white men. So this is the story that they've been told, and you can't take your black coffee out of latte. It's one and done. It's one and done. So those are things that they tell you, and you want to believe it. Oh, a McDonald's. So I tested the McDonald's, and I found out that the oldest man in Jamaica, his name was William Hugh MacDonald, born 1818, Scotland. Now, there was only one person out of his whole family that just got the epiphany, ooh, I'm going to come to Jamaica. So I tested not him, but his great-great-great-grandnephew, Hugh MacDonald in the UK. And when I tested him, he's an R. But the brothers, that's the old guy, William Hugh, and his brother, Reverend Hugh, they don't look alike. But they're R's, and when I looked at the numbers and crunched the numbers in a private DNA lab, they don't match other McDonald's. Out of 650, you have maybe 2 matches. I'm like, you can't be a McDonald. And then you dare tell me I'm a haplogroup E and I must go back to Africa because I am not a McDonald either. So if you're not a McDonald and you're the oldest McDonald, then who's a McDonald? Someone who fell from the sky? So they make it up as they go along. Completely make it up. And I've caught them time and time again. I don't have to be a scientist. I'm a lawyer, PhD, scholar, accountant. But when I look at it, we have to be proud of our ancestors. The children who left Africa 1,000 years ago are these people. And who we have today are kind of visitors of Europe. And there you say you're colonizers. When it's these people who carved up Africa. Now, this is again is my dad's, this is Jamaica. And if you quickly note, there are places called Fort William. There's Scottish names. These are all my, this is a map I had to get in Jamaica from Scotland. I went to Scotland and I got it. So when you look at it, there's no Kingston. Every bit of this map, this is where I found black McDonald's. I actually found black McDonald's. My oldest McDonald cousin, his name is DaCosta McDonald from Trinidad. He's 108, and he is a confirmed black man. And he is a haplogroup E, like Mr. Mandela. So the E, sub-Saharan, what is 108? And you know what his dad was called? His dad was called William. And I know a lot of times in Africa say, no, get rid of the names. Well, if I happen to have a name, this is a 108-year-old man telling me his dad was William, and his grandfather, who has a photo of, is John William, born in 1840, from Scotland. And we are cousins. On this map, every place you see here, I found black McDonald's. And I surveyed some white McDonald's, the R group, and you know what I found? 0 matches, 1 match out of 600, 2 matches out of 1,000. Those aren't great batting numbers. You're betting people, you're not going to do much with those numbers. So I just wanted to again present to you that we need to revisit our history in order to grow. Africa is still in chains. We can have the best discourses about what Africa needs to do. You work harder. I remember this movie, Coming to America, and this McDowell was talking to Eddie Murphy, the Prince. Well, you know what? This is my house. In 20, 30, 50 years, if you work hard, you'll get one like this. And see, that is what they're telling Africa every day. If you work harder with what you have, there's 57 million millionaires in the world. And guess how much black? Like 2%. And there are 3,000 billionaires. How much black? Like 0.5%, including Oprah. So you have a stripping out from, you see this, you have a stripping out of Europe and the wealth transfer from Europe that has just gone into different hands. I got this from the Inequality Report, 2026. And it pains my heart because the wealth of the world is not in. It's Africa, it has wealth, but we don't have access. You imagine going to Alabama and telling a man that he doesn't own his land, he doesn't own the air rights or the ground rights, you'll probably get shot. And in Africa, you have people telling Africans, no, this is not for you, no. And they have countries with their grubby hands in Africa. I don't understand, because nowhere else. You could go to Netherlands, you could go to France, you could go to Germany, and you will get locked up. And in Africa, you have people dictating to Africa. You have actually not trillions, but quadrillions. You have quadrillions. But the banks are feeble. Standard Bank, the banks are undercapitalized. And for a reason, the leaders do nothing. They don't tell you about this information. And I have to be the one to even say that. Say with pride and pleasure. But we need to revisit our sources. Now, you saw the Moorish quadrille. I'd like to go back to the painting, please, the Moorish quadrille. And you see that painting, and the one that is opposed to it now is the Bayeux tapestry in France. Now, the Bayeux is a France showing the Norman conquest in 1066, the glorious conquest of France and Britain. And they're all white people. Now, the population then would be what? 200 million, 300 million? And the Bayeux tapestry in France made a lot of money from showing what people looked like in old Britain and in France. I called them, and now they're closed for 2 years. They're completely closed for 2 years. I called them about 3 times. They just didn't want to deal with me. But the museum is closed. But this is something that you could take a picture of, you can research for yourselves, and you can test your primary sources. And I've been doing that. From DNA, from records like the Bayeux tapestry, which is a fraud. That's the biggest toilet paper in the world. It's like a mile long of toilet paper, the Bayeux Tapestry, to show white Britons and white Normans fighting in a fictitious 1066 war. 1066 was not real. That was probably the battle between Rome and Britain. That was a real war. Remember the repelling of the Picts? The Picts that they said were painted people? Well, they were black people too. Now, how do I know about the Romans? The Romans, they have an exhibit in Wales today. Go to Cardiff, Wales, and you will see the big noses, lips of Romans in the stone at the base of the castle in Cardiff, Wales today. And if you want to know what Romans looked like, go to Tunisia, Algeria, Carthage. And you know what North Africa told me? Your brothers in the north told me, because I was fascinated with this, not white Jesus, but fair-skinned Jesus. So Jesus is not white, but he's kind of light-skinned. So when I went to North Africa, they told me, no, you remind me like our ancestors. You're a Berber blue man. Blue as in the Picts, bluish. So you're blue. And they said to me, you know, we need genetically modified crops. I said, why? Because we can't eat the bread because it has too much gluten. Now, what brown black person is affected by bread and gluten? They told me this. They're not native to that part. And so we got a sense that they're indigenous. We are not. We need to re-examine ourselves. And oh yeah, I went in August. It was hot, 110. I didn't need sunscreen. I didn't need glasses. I didn't need hat. And they were burning up. And they had to finish the tour by 11 a.m. And they even have a thing like in south of France and stuff, they blow water into the crowd. You ever see that? You ever gone to Italy and stuff in Greece and they blow the water into the crowd? Brown, black people don't need that. Europeans are not truly European. North Africans are not really North Africans. And so we need, in this leadership conference where we need to lead and demonstrate leadership and expose and show something new, well, it's time to wake up. And if you need more information, there's GTR. I have a running TV show every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern, which is 8 p.m. Nigerian time, or 10 p.m. here, 10 p.m. here in Kenya. And so in this conference, we're demonstrating leadership and service. So what are you going to do with this information? Are you going to sit on it? Are you going to press? And what are you going to do with this information? That's the thing, just to the audience. I think we need to re-examine our history and reclaim our history because it's our God-given right, it's our birthright. Those in the 6th region, including myself, we are European. We are also something else. We're not just African. I'm proud to be African, but we're also something else. So with that message, I will close. Sorry for taking longer than anticipated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A big round of applause for that wonderful class on history, biology, war, and geography all together. I want us to invite the panel, and I want us to build on that and how we can be able to look at it from a sustainability point of view, but also keenly look at our environment. Allow me to very quickly invite my panel, starting off with Farah Ismail from Boyden. A big hand to her as she comes on board. Followed by Raina Freundfield, Director at the UN OPS East and Southern Africa. A big hand to him. Closely followed by Manish Shah, who is the chairperson of the Earth Keepers Foundation. Big hand to him. And last but not least, Senisha Munsami and from Impact Amplifier. A big hand to the panel. If someone could please help me remove this from the stage. Great, welcome all. And I want us to start with a quick round of introduction, and I'll start from my extreme left. Briefly introduce yourself in 1 minute and your intersection between environment and sustainability. Over to you.
You'd like me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the platform and the invitation. I'm very, very excited to be here this afternoon. So, as you mentioned, my name is Farah Ismail. I'm managing partner at Boyden. We're an executive search firm, and we work in the board advisory space. But why am I here today? I've been in the corporate governance space for about 20 years. I have an environmental science background, an MBA with a sustainable strategy aspect, and I'm also a corporate lawyer. So the interface really of ESG. And this has been an area dear to my heart. About 20 years ago, we talked about this, and we're still talking about ESG, sustainability, so we haven't come very far. And I really came back to Kenya to work in the space, worked internationally, returned to Kenya, and I spend most of my time in the G, so the G of the ESG, but I also spend time in the S, working with employees and working now in the wellness space as well. So, you know, I think we're going to have some more discussions, and I can provide some insight from where I sit in the leadership, governance, and social impact space. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Reina?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rainer. Why am I here? So I work for an organization, part of the United Nations system called UNOPS, the Office for Project Services, which is a mechanism for developing infrastructure, providing public procurement and project management services to support the Sustainable Development Goal agenda, which is a global agenda mediated through national development plans. And that's our entry point for then working in countries across the continent to support environmental objectives and sustainability objectives that are linked into every form of development activity. And I'm Austrian, so I'm a very, very grateful visitor to Africa and Kenya, and have enjoyed my 13 years in the country here now, and look forward to continuing to contribute to the development agenda in Africa. And then we can expand on the elements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manisha.
Thank you and good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dr. Manisha, Chairman of Earthkeepers Foundation. The foundation was created by our group to put ESG into action. ESG, when all the notes are taken for a bankable project, remain in the shelves of a company. I've turned that into action, and I hope some of the sharing that I could do this afternoon would benefit and enhance more sustainability for every corporate in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sanisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanisha Munsami. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm all the way from South Africa with meeting all the Kenyan people and all the people from all over, including the panel. I'm very excited to be part of this panel. I work for an organization called Impact Amplifier. We are an impact investing company, and we are the second executing entity for UNIDO, currently supporting young innovators and entrepreneurs, and looking at how we can raise a debt fund of 150 million rand annually. And I'm very excited to say that this conversation is about inbound technology and how as Africans for Africa and the Global South partners can come together to really deploy really good clean tech solutions across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And most often when we discuss about the environment, we discuss it as a sector. And we know that Mandela understood it as a responsibility. And sustainability for us is not sitting here in conferences, in a summit, making commitments or just climate language. It's about intergenerational leadership. We saw that in the first panel. And it's about what we choose to protect, what we choose to exploit, and what are we prepared to sacrifice, and at what price for those who will never vote for us, fund for us, those who are funding, or even praise us. And Africa contributes least to global environmental degradation, yet we bear some of the heaviest consequences. And that reality gives us a moral authority, but it also places us on a higher leadership obligation to pursue development that is just, resilient, and sovereign. So this conversation is not whether sustainability matters. I think we've made that clear. It's about how leaders can make hard choices when growth, jobs, energy, and environmental protection all collide. Those are chaos. And so our role today with this panel and with this audience, we are trying to move beyond declarations and go into leadership decisions. The kind that Mandela believed that define generations, not just news cycles. And I'll start with you, Farah. We've been taught by Mandela that leadership is a responsibility to the future. What do you think is the hardest environmental decision that leaders today in Africa must make, even if it is politically inconvenient?
So your question is about what's the hardest environmental decision. I'll take it back actually to a larger leadership issue. Like I see this as we're in an age of conscious leadership now. You know, Mandela talked about thinking about the future, you know, be courageous in decision making, moving away from extraction to actually working, you know, on a way that we can maintain our resources. So I think I pull it away a bit into it's about consciousness. So, and it's consciousness to what is in your sector, for your company, for where you operate. But it's no one environmental issue is the same for everyone, so it's not something you pull off the shelf. And that's why I also bring it back to governance. This has to be a key in the boardroom, in where the C-level are making decisions. We really need to be thinking about this as part and parcel of strategy. And it has to be proactive as opposed to reactive. And that's why, you know, working with boards, making sure that they're considering governance, sustainability, social impact in the boardroom in all decisions, and actually having governance and ESG as one of the committees that most organizations should have, to make a conscious effort to think about this, so that when it comes to making a decision around environment, you've actually already thought about it. You've thought about it as part and parcel of your strategy.
You bring on science here, and I want to bring in Manisha, you know, putting everything at the heart of ESG. Most of the time, Africa is told to choose between development and sustainability. So from where you sit, what do you think are some of the false trade-offs that our leaders have sort of gotten by with? And, you know, how can we claw back on that time?
Thank you. Responsible leadership is what is missing, and we all know that Africa needs responsible leadership. If you, for a moment, envision the great soul speaking to us and saying, leave this world in a better place than you found it. Leave this environment that you are in in a better place than you found it? And where does it begin? It does not begin in boardrooms. It does not begin with everyone taking action. It begins with the thoughts. And that thought that the great soul has left behind in Africa is to leave this world, to leave Africa in a better place than we found it.
And I think it's clear if trade-offs were technical, then it would be very easy to dissolve. And what is in reality, environmental outcomes are really shaped by power, incentives, and interest. And I want to jump to you, Sanisha, and I want to look at it from a point of environmental degradation is rarely accidental. And I want us to address the people who are currently, let's first of all define the people who are currently benefiting from it. And what's our message to them? Because it's not accidental. It's about power, it's about interest, it's about incentives. What's our key message to those people who are benefiting from it?
So I would like to just go into speak about inclusivity. And I think inclusivity is very important. As young African leaders that actually are going to be faced with the challenges, like you said, in terms of water scarcity, the energy crisis, as well as waste management. The people that are benefiting generally are your political leaders and people sitting on the other side of the fence. And what we are trying to do is achieve a fund that will drive inclusivity for young females and Africans that would really leapfrog their solutions that could be deployed into the continent. And I think for us, we're not short of very good innovations or technologies. It's just about getting the right funds out there. And that's why I said it's very important that we drive strong public-private partnerships, meaning that government has to come together with industry to create the fund that will be deployed that can benefit all. And I think that's the key message that I would like to bring home, that we're not short of good innovations that could be scaled up.
Thank you. And Reina, I want to come to you, given the global presence that the UN has, and looking at it, that some of these environmental decisions are made locally. I would like to see you talk to some of the changes that need to happen at the grassroots level, at the subnational levels, in terms of leadership, so they can be at the front line of sustainability. Your microphone is barely sustained.
I have a microphone problem, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think there are different elements in all the answers about leadership, and I just would like to add one or two components. One, I think, in terms of responsible leadership is the long view we need to take, especially when it comes to environment and sustainability. And the sort of balancing between economic development and safeguards that need to be put into the investments and implementation that are required to put in place the infrastructure and enabling environment. And that then links us back to the whole conversation about international frameworks and standards that the UN, the United, and I don't work for a standards organization, I work for an implementation organization, but I think the whole notion of multilateralism and recognition of international linkages and climate not ending at the border is extremely important. And then the sort of, it's not necessarily a hierarchy, but the representational mechanisms that take us back right to communities, because that's where the impact is felt hardest, and that's where decisions need to be taken. So I'm a very strong believer in the empowerment of municipalities and municipality leaders, but they then need to have access to resources, and that becomes also the conversation we're having about what funds and what funding is available to address issues that play out at the community level. And the organization I work for is an enabling mechanism for allocation of resources, partially in the environment place. So there is a climate fund that is specifically dedicated for communities that are worst affected by climate change. And so I think the focus on municipality, and then coming back to our colleague in the morning, the youth representation, I think, is also extremely important, because who is taking decisions right now may not be the people who have to take them in the long run. So again, bring on board the young generation and find through education, through empowerment mechanisms for their participation and active input. There's more to say, but I stop. Thank you.
Sanisha, you brought in the issue of inclusivity, and I think from where you sit, the panel that I have here, you have one practical example of sort of best practices that are happening on the continent. Remember, we are here to co-learn. We are not here to duplicate. We are here to, sort of do a bit of skills transfer. And I want to go around that entire panel to get some of the best practices that you've seen that can make us inch closer to sustainability while still protecting our environment.
Okay. So thank you for that. And I think, like I said, the Africa Clean Tech Impact Fund that we currently set up in South Africa, it's funded through UNIDO, as well as the Jobs Fund in South Africa, as well as we're looking for other partners. And I think for me, that just shows that if we have really good technology innovation agencies, like the one in Kenya and across the continent, it's how do we link into those agencies, look at what are some really good technology and innovations that could be deployed through the startup ecosystem that exists across the continent. And we've seen it happen. I've worked very closely across a number of African countries, as well as the Global North partners, like UNIDO. We can't thank them enough, but I think for us, it is practical, it is real. We have set up the fund. We are looking to partner with really good Kenyan innovations that could come out of your Kenya Innovation Agency, as well as others to deploy it. So I think for me, that's really a good example that we don't have to replicate, but rather just duplicate it and go forward.
I think the Kenyans in the room, we've great collaborations going on between South Africa and our very own Kenya National Innovation Agency. A big hand to that. That's how we start collaborations. Dr. Shah.
Thank you, sir. I'll talk from the corporate point of view, and everyone in this room would have the answer. Our corporate started services with electric cars, probably the first one in Africa. But I want to ask you a question. Which person in this room would pay double the price for an electric car ride to the airport than a normal petrol diesel car? The answer is none. Can anyone put your hand up if you do that? And you can see where corporate responsibility in terms of ESG practice comes in with zero positive results. And we continue the possibility and thinking that the world is going to come and help us. And the kind of funding that you talked about is very, very important, that has been created through various UN agencies, but it's got to reach the ground level. Second thing, our corporate has created green teams across the entire management level, where they practice and they are entrusted and empowered. It is not us who sit in boardrooms that do that. If someone wants to change the bottles from plastic into glass, they make that decision. If someone wants to ensure that we don't have plastic waste bags in our bins, they make that decision. So the empowerment at the bottom level of the pyramid is utmost important when you make your green teams. So other things that the corporates have done is, of course, energy replacement with solar, waste disposal correctly through incineration plants. One of our group companies sells tires, and there is 1 million cars in Kenya on the roads, producing 4 million tires a year as waste rubber products. Our company took the possibility of converting that waste old tires into pyrolysis, and the products from pyrolysis are then sold into the market space. So from a corporate point of view, it's not profitable. And the final word, all the governments in Africa need to give real incentives for ESG adoption, not just talk.
Thank you very much. And I know you want to jump in, Rama. And I want you to, as you jump in onto that, I also want to directly ask you, as even you sit with the boards, are we just ticking a box here, or are we committed to doing this?
So thank you for that. And I wanted to follow up from Manish. So it is interesting because I sit at the board level, but of course it has to be bottom up and top down and government entry as well. So this is a multi-layered issue. And how many of us have actually done our own footprint? You know, you can actually go online and see what is my environmental footprint individually. And actually mine is quite terrible, and I'm constantly trying to see how I can do things. So this is something that we need to do at an individual level, and that's why I said it's about consciousness at the individual level, at the corporate level, and also governments coming in as well, but it's not just a government issue. I mean, this is, so in terms of, you know, corporate governance, and I think since this is the field I work in, that's exactly the problem. It has been a checkoff, and that's how corporate governance has always been seen. And that is a problem because there is a move towards actually having governance that works for you, that adds value. We need high performance directors. And maybe, you know, having all boards to actually have somebody who represents ESG. I mean, that could be a novel concept. But maybe all listed companies, that could be something that comes down from the Capital Markets Authority. But I've been in the rooms where we make changes on the legislation, for instance. That's why I'm saying the solution is not just government, because these changes happen slowly. Just to have the change to have terms for board directors has been very difficult to do at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. So, you know, the whole notion between changing your directors so that after 6 years you no longer are directors, so that you can bring fresh ideas. So ESG, sustainability, these are not fresh ideas. Like I said, I was doing this 20 years ago, working in this space. But it's now about bringing them to the table in a way that's not a checkoff. And so I think that's exactly the problem. And that's why I say it does need to be in the boardroom. That's where the strategies are set. And it has to come with a price of non-compliance. And so, yeah, I want it not to be just a checkoff. I guess that's the thing.
Absolutely. Reina, and I'm coming to the ground now to pick up some questions from the floor.
Just one add-on here. I think in terms of the governance, and we are not dealing with boardrooms as much, but we are sort of a global organization, and I'm sure many have heard the greening the blue, where we have the blue UN, and we are trying to become much greener, and that gets mediated through an organization like ours that holds significant funds and administers significant funds that get dedicated to a number of different initiatives, but all of those are guided by environmental principles and economic and environmental and social safeguards protocols. And then there's, of course, an element of leadership in the organization to make that work better or worse. And then a very strong set of commitments to localization and then looking at supply chains, right? So that we, as a procurement organization, we work with governments to supply a combination of goods and services, and especially when it comes to goods, but also services, but for goods it's easier to understand. Very, very strong focus on understanding the footprint of everything that comes into the system and how we source, how we understand supply chains, and then also the social aspect is to look at opportunities for localization, local opportunities, and then gender plays into this, et cetera, right? So there's a very strong commitment to implementing this through a strictly regulated set of protocols. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow some questions from the floor. Just shoot up your hand. Yes, please. I can see a hand here. One. Can I see another one? Yes, I can see another one there. Let's start with the gentleman in the green suit. He actually told us in the morning that he has had this, he has hosted a Mandela summit before. Microphones, please. Just keep your question very short and straight to the point.
Okay, thank you. You know, the gods even respect the questioning minds. So my question goes to Mr. Rayner. Mr. Rayner, from your position and experience leading the UN OPS projects in Kenya, how can UN leadership ensure that humanitarian and development projects move beyond delivery of outputs to build long-term institution capacity, especially in the context where climate shocks, funding gaps, and the government's challenges often disrupt implementations? Thank you.
Thanks, Reina. Do you want to hold on to that, Reina? I want to take that. There's a lady. There's a lady in a lovely. I want to take three. And then the lady in gray. And her,
Thank
yes.
you. My name is Barbara, and I'm from an organization known as Wildlife Clubs of Kenya. So we mostly deal with conservation education among school-going children. So the question I want to ask is, how can a conservation education, such as the one I work for, Wildlife Clubs of Kenya, leverage on ESG to transform a mission-driven organization into a data-backed, funded, ready, strategic partner? So I would like for the panel to kindly share insights on how that can be possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Manish. I'll give you to go with that. The lady in gray. And then we'll take another round, starting with the little queen here.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion. And much to consider about the environment and sustainability. Much to consider about environment sustainability. Can we for once talk about how ironic it is for us to sit here, talk of how we are looking into possibilities of changing everything, dynamics, environment and everything, but the root cause is actually ignorance between us. We know that these things are meant to be done in a certain way, but due to ignorance, we just click out of the way and do the negative. As much as the environment is concerned, we know that we are supposed to make sure that things are in order. As the moderator said, that deforestation is not something that comes out of no brain thought. It's something you do out of will, you know that you're doing it illegally. So I think it's more of ignorance. And how are we here as the panel? This is just a general to the panel. How are we doing this, or how is this information being trickled down to the generation, the youth, on how to make sure that ignorance is out of the conversation and make sure that the environment is well conserved? Thank you.
Thanks, intergenerational conversation. Let me start off with Reina, then I come to Manish.
I think I've mastered it now. Okay, so the colleague on the sustainability and how do we go beyond results and look more at impact, and a specific question about projects in Kenya. So in Kenya, my or our organization doesn't implement these kinds of projects, but I can talk about examples elsewhere, like in Mozambique or in Uganda. It is mainly about infrastructure and how we design infrastructure and how we contract the implementation of infrastructure. And that's really where you go beyond the, in inverted commas, simple comparison of quotations for an invitation to looking at how we can influence the character and the content of infrastructure we develop, for example. So that means a commitment to the right kind of design, which looks at reducing the carbon footprint from the initiation, and then of course the right level of sourcing, trying to provide opportunities and provide support for local contractors and local service providers who we seek to employ when we work in these kinds of environments. That's on the infrastructure side. When it comes to procurement, it goes back to stipulation of specifications that take into account the environmental footprint of what we procure. Thank you.
Dr. Manish, WCK wants to become ESG oriented.
Thank you. I love the young lady's conviction when she was talking about ignorance and the other partner who we already have on board. I'll start with the ignorance part. How many of you in this room know that you will not digest your lunch if you listen to the second part of what I'm going to say this afternoon? There are 50,000 schools in Kenya that prepare their food by wooden burnt stoves. That equals approximately 6 million shrubs and trees being cut daily. And that question on ignorance is so good. The second part of the question, Kenya Wildlife Society, Kenya Forest, Kenya Wildlife Services, Kenya Forest Services, we work with you already as Earth Keepers Foundation. We've grown a lot of bamboo trees in various parts of the country over the last 5 years. I want each and every one in this room to know that bamboo is going to be the replacement for cut wood. Bamboo fiber can be converted into wooden planks, wooden fittings, wooden possibilities, and you would not know the difference. Therefore, growing bamboo all over Africa is an answer to the question of deforestation. We have already started growing bamboo trees up in Mount Kenya and the Aberdare National Park with great success. We call that the Bamboo Village Project under the Earth Keepers Foundation. I want each and every person in this room to know that you are my partner in growing bamboo trees wherever you are. I'm ready to talk to you. I have a team that is dedicated to serve humanity, making sure that the wood replacement takes place immediately.
That's one commitment from, and I really like the issue about ignorance, and I want us to linger on it because I'll give each of the panelists some time to reflect on it as we close. I'll take one question from Akinyi.
Excuse me, sir.
There's one from here. Let me guide. The first person is going to be Akinyi. Please give her the mic. And then we're going to have yourself. And then we want someone from back there. No one there? Yeah. Then that lady. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aileen Florence Akinyi, and I'm the governor of the Kenya Children Assembly Kisumu chapter, where children are given an opportunity to speak on matters that affect their own lives. So, according to the United Nations Environmental Program, children are the most affected on climate change. And children from poor, marginalized, and vulnerable backgrounds are the ones who are affected with climate change the most. And right now here in Kenya, Eastern Kenya, children are the most affected because droughts are ongoing. So my question is, how can children be engaged in the program, like how we implement and manage the program so that the children can get the solution on the matters that affect them, like drought? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Taking back the conversation to the classroom, just like in the morning. The gentleman in a red tie.
What a privilege. Stephen Opuba is a Kenyan compatriot of Busia origin. Privileged to be here. Number one, allow me to raise my question to the four panelists, inclusive of you, the moderator. I recently attended the Wetlands Day that was on 2nd February, organized by the county government of Machakos. And my question in relation to the same is, what is the government, both the national and the county government, and also the bodies you are leading, doing to ensure that our wetlands are conserved, to ensure that we store much carbon that is going to help us reduce this problem we are facing of environmental degradation? Number two, on the same, allow me to ask the question also on the previous panel discussion, because I didn't get a chance to. That goes directly to Mr. Ndaba Mandela. At what point does working from inside a system become complicity in a case whereby the system is eating its own future? Because you advised us to work and fight from inside. So at what point do we start fighting the system that is eating its own future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, the lady in pure white.
Hello, my name is Kanana, and my question is, we've seen a rise of climate diplomacy, whereby most of our African leaders are hands-on in ensuring that we have all these climate and environment talks, and it happens at county, national, regional, and global levels. So we are always part of the conversation, but we are never included in the working out the solutions that we give. For example, last year we attended the Youth Environmental Assembly, and the same question was raised, whereby we are always included in the tables where ideas are being shared, but now it's the leaders that now go to execute those ideas. So what strategies do you think we need to employ to make sure that climate diplomacy is not being co-opted by our political leaders for their own personal gains?
Thank you, and I'll start with you, Sanish, on inclusivity. There's a lot of this discourse going on, and I started by saying, if we want to hit the sweet spot of environment and sustainability, this panel today here is not doing the discussions, not doing as a summit. We are giving guidance to the next generation of leaders so that they can, so we don't have such a question again where they keep on attending diplomacy talks every now and then. What do we do? Where do we go from here?
So definitely, in terms of looking at, I mean, that question is real, and we've stepped away from the conversation, but rather been very inclusive in looking at solutions where the impact hits the most, and the impact hits the communities the most. So we're looking at solutions that come from young people that have invented the solutions that could go into a community that we're currently working with. And literally, we're no longer looking at new solutions, but we're looking at how it can be replicated and deployed into the communities that need it the most. And that speaks to the water challenges that I said, the waste crisis, as well as food scarcity in terms of what are some of the really good solutions that can be deployed. And that conversation definitely happens not only at the entrepreneurial level, but it starts at the school level. And I think it's very important when we talk about inclusivity, it starts from the younger generation, which is, like I said, the primary school right through, because inclusivity is not just at the higher level. It's across the age group, it's across the color barrier. And I think the legacy of Madiba is really, it's rife in saying that this leadership summit must take forward the most important things that we need to protect. It's the land, it's the air, it's the water, and most importantly, it's the future generation, which is the youth of Africa. I think that's very critical and important.
Farah, I want you to jump in on that because I can see.
Well, actually, I just wanted to jump in on this whole issue around education, the right to education being one of the things. And I think there was a question earlier as well about how do you leverage this? How do you work? How do you collaborate? And a lot of it is, you know, we're at a leadership conference. It's about, and a leadership summit. It's about networking, getting out there, getting to know what organizations. And I say this as an example because Princeton University has a very huge research center called Impala in Nanyuki, where they do a lot of climate change, a lot of research, but a lot of people don't know about it. So it's also our jobs to know about what's going on, where are the institutions that are training our youth who are going to be coming through, where do we go get this experience? And then, you know, as a way forward from a summit like this, it needs to be a part of the education. We need to have our youth understanding this as part of their curriculum as well. Like, is this going to be part of what they're learning? And honestly, I wouldn't have had the opportunity in my MBA to learn about this unless there had been a course. So if there's no way to be understanding this as a part of your business study, this is a part of your basic education in school, we're missing the boat on this. And I think coming forward, if there's any recommendations that come forward out of this and from some of the concerns we have, is how do we get more education around this? That also addresses the ignorance issue. I mean, ignorance is addressed by education.
Great.
The Village Bamboo Project is run by youth and youth leaders only. So we've already taken care of this by engaging youth all over the places where we do seedlings and planting them thereafter.
As we bring this to a close, when history judges this generation, will it say that we protected Africa's natural capital, or we let it just consume or be consumed as we watch? And I want to start from a very far end by asking this in just 20 seconds. What must we do in the next 5 years so that our verdict is positive on us?
I think in the next 5 years, we should be doing what we're doing. This is about putting this at the forefront. And Africa has a chance to do this properly, so we're not extractive. So what we need to be doing is learning about how it was done before, how this was more manipulative, exploitive, and how to do it in a restorative way if we're going to live in this planet. And so I think next 5 years, it's about learning from how it was done improperly to how to do it in a way that we have a future and a sustainable one.
Reina?
I'd look at all the evidence we have and all the policies we have, which are extremely rich, and I'm looking at the Kenyan case and the different shades of gray, and then see how we can move from policy to implementation and strengthen mechanisms that allow all the voices that come from the community to be articulated and connected to money. The money is out there, the problems are there, so it's a question of connecting supply and demand, and that, I think, is one of the critical issues.
Dr. Ari.
Thank you once again. I have a very different thought process. We have a very educated audience this afternoon listening to the question on environment. I would like each and every one of you to say, what can I do to change the environment possibilities? Can you come out with 5 small ideas and implement those on a daily basis? If the multiple effect of all those ideas is what we are looking for the big change in Africa.
What a challenge to the room. Sanisha.
Thank you so much. I think for me, it really is about a shared framework and ecosystem building that we could do for Africa and the global south. Climate change together with technology and innovation has no borders. And like I said, it's about really educating our youth and working together. And I think from this leadership summit, I'm looking forward to the partnerships with the team. And I think we definitely can do it as Africans for Africa. Thank you so
Thank you very much. Sustainability is not about perfection. It is about responsibility and accepting it. And Mandela reminded us that leadership means choosing what is right over what's easy. The environmental choices we make today will determine whether future generations inherit opportunity or an apology from us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand of applause to my panel this afternoon. And thank you very much for taking your time to open our minds and start off this discourse, which I believe will continue through the entire summit and towards the weekend. Chris?
Imagine after he finished, he put the mic off for me. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. I want all of you to come closer here. You take a picture kindly. Don't run away, moderator. I want you guys to stand here in the middle. Then you want them to come down? Okay, they are requesting the pictures will look good if we are, the pictures will look good so that they get the backdrop. Yeah. Thank you so much. Technical team, stand by with the request that I put for you. Instead of us going to the next session direct, we are going to do a tea break. As for that table, you guys do a nice break. The number of ice those guys are consuming in that table is very interesting. So as for the rest of us are doing tea breaks, that table should not be near any tea, because there is absolutely no way you are going to put ice on tea. Yeah, that table, you see they are smiling. Go look at their glasses. They have a lot of ice. Okay. Let's give a big round of applause to these guys. And remember what I said. The leadership is here. Maybe what you need to spark. And sometimes it might not necessarily be these leaders. It might be someone who knows who knows someone. And your dream begins to accelerate at some serious speeds. So if you are seated, again, with the people that you came from, tell them, excuse me, I've been seated with you for so long. Can you just move? Just look at your friends and tell them that. Kenyans, yeah, you know which Kenyans I'm referring to. That table of Kenyans there. They are still seated together drinking ice. Yeah? So we're going to do a tea break, guys. Where is the tea? This side or this side? Tea is that side, okay? So we do a tea break. I hope the hotel is ready. And somebody from our team confirm that the hotel is ready, please. Eric and team, Brian, someone confirm that tea is ready. Glee people, tea is ready. We can come for tea, except one table that is taking ice. Good. You are the one who are serving that ice. So you can have some amapiano, and remember when you are doing the tea, this is when you get to network. Have your business card and talk. If I see Kenyans congregating together, we will have issues. Yes. So please, let's wake up. The tea break is only 10 minutes. We head that side. It can also be part of the bathroom break. And then when we come, we have a very interesting session coming up. So do not leave, guys. We came here with a purpose. And thank you for attending the first ever Mandela African Leadership Summit. Technical team, twende kazi. Volume.
I know whenever there is election, they call you. Okay, please have a seat now. Reina. Very good. Let's all be seated. Let's move on to the next panel. And I'm like John the Baptist because the next panel is bringing you even greater news than I'm giving you. And it's going to be moderated by someone who comes bearing goodies. Say goodies. Who has a bolt up here? A bolt up? The bolt up? The bolt up? Little cab. Little cab. Who has little cab? Little cab? Who has Little Cab? Please, by the end of the evening, make sure you download Little Cab app because the next person who is going to be moderating this particular session is from Little Cab, and because of her presence here, has given you 400 discount on your next ride if you use the promo code Mandela. Little Cab, on your way home, download Little Cab, use Little Cab. The promo code is Mandela, and you get 400 shillings off your trip. Allow me to invite none other than Nyawira Maina, who is a regional corporate manager at Little Cab. Karibu, big round of applause for her, tafadhali.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Let me start that again. Beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. Now, my mother calls me favored. My colleagues call me sunshine, but my M-Pesa name is Miss Nyawira Maina. I will be your moderator for this final show, and because I like Colgate teeth, and to make sure that I have a very interactive audience, I would love to request one small thing for you. Please rise on your feet. I have a small activity for you. All right? Make sure there's no one next to you. If it has been your secret admirer, just tell them, push back a little. Tell them, push back a little. All right, so the game is very simple. Now, if your neighbor is still sitting and they have capability to stand, ask them, where is the challenge? All right. So the game is very simple, and the rule is really simple. You only do when Simon says. You only do when who says? You only do when who says? All right, DJ, you can give me some soft background music, all right? If Simon does not say, you do not do it, all right? Clap once. Did Simon say clap? Now ask your neighbor, where is the challenge? The instructions are simple, guys. You only do when who says. All right, let's start again. Clap once. Simon says clap once. Clap twice. If you know your neighbor has sat, tell them sit down. Sit down quickly. Simon says raise your right hand. Put it down. If it's down, ask them why is it down. Simon says touch your head. Touch your nose. Where is the challenge, sir? Sit down, please. Simon says, jump once, jump twice. If you're jumping, tell them sit down. Now clap for yourselves, guys. What is the challenge? Did Simon say? Simon says, clap for yourselves, guys. Take a seat, take a seat. Beautiful. As mentioned earlier, my lovely name is Miss Nyawira Maina, and I want you to close your eyes before I introduce my panel and the topic for today. All right? Close your eyes and envision this. In your 20s. Are you in your 20s, my dear? Oh, yeah. Don't worry. When you get to our age, you will understand. So these are for the ones who are past 20s. Close your eyes. And you are already in a particular space. And ask yourself this question. What is the one skill that you wish you had learned then? What is the one skill that you wish you had learned then? Today's topic is extremely practical in today's world, whereby we're discussing youth leadership and implementation of skills. In today's job market, job hires, researchers, and everybody that is employing you is no longer looking at your papers, is no longer asking you if you graduated from MIT, Massachusetts, or Yale, or whatever it is. But people are asking, what are you bringing to the table? And what are your hands made of? Today's conversation with my lovely panelists are going to uncover this conversation. So when I mention them by name and they come here running, please give them a proper shout. Are we together? Are we together, guys? Moderating the last session of our day needs blessings of the Lord. So please work with me. Ladies and gentlemen, first person on our panel is Mr. Juma. Appreciate him, guys. Woo-woo! Next on our panel, we have the beautiful Katra who's coming up. Let's appreciate her, guys. And then third in the panel, we also have the lovely Nelly. Let's appreciate her, guys. And then finally, we have Mr. Chris, who is also in our panel. Let's appreciate our lovely people. All right, so you can take your seats. And I will let them introduce their name, and then we will start with the fireside question. Do you have a mic?
Check. Oh, good afternoon, everybody. I didn't hear that. Good afternoon. My name is Juma Nyamori. I'm an educator here in Nairobi, head teacher at an international school out in Lavington. And besides that, I can say I'm an adopted member of Club 51%. I go about the world trying to make sure that we include women, particularly in decision making, and that when we make decisions, we think about how it favors women, particularly those in the grassroots. So that's also part of my advocacy campaign in my education journey. It's very beautiful to have all of you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Good afternoon. My name is Katra Sambili. I am an international development expert. I have worked for the African Union, the United Nations, and the government of Kenya. I'm currently the head of government relations for the Okuna Group. The Okuna Group is a media and entertainment company founded by Idris Elba. And my role, I interface between our group and governments in our geographies of interest and priority. And I'm so happy to be here today. I thank Ndaba for his vision. And we're ready. We're ready to take this panel away. Nyawira, we're right behind you in this bus. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here this afternoon, especially because of the slogan of Nelson Mandela that I've lived by as an educator, that talks about for you to change the world, the one tool that you need or weapon is education. So that is the reason I've kept going in this sector for over 35 plus years as a school principal. And that has really expanded my scope in terms of just skills and transformation. And I'm here seated with a young gentleman who I reared into school principalship, Mr. Juma Nyamori. I'm so proud of him. That's what we call transformative leadership. So, and there are many more. In terms of just career, I've mingled a lot with the South Africa, because I worked for Advatec here in Kenya. And so I've been down south and come down to the Trinities, the Crawfords, so many schools, Rosebank, and I have so many education colleagues down there. I did expand, wanting to understand Africa more and education, and where I need to plug in to share my experience so that we grow as a continent. And I did dare to work in Gambia, the Gambia, where I headed a school and returned back to Kenya. So over and above that, I'm an alumni of Global Citizenship Education, where I work under UNICEF in an NGO. And I introduced in Kenya a global classroom exchange where we have young people like Eileen Florence Akinyi mingling with others across the world, and they work on SDG goals. In particular, we've been working on SDG goal number 14 on microplastics. Last year, we collaborated with a school in India, and we came up with beautiful projects while retaining our African culture and also appreciating cultures from other countries. And then we also did interact with the United States, South Africa, Netherlands, and Kenya over the SDG goal number 14, and we did work on storytelling and just understanding our values and their values and the commonalities. I'm also an author. I publish for the Kenyans competency-based education. I've authored over 13 textbooks that are in the classrooms. So I'm not too far off from our local curriculum. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the most powerful session this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Mine won't be as long as hers. I am 25 years of age, meaning 25 years ago. So then if you are 25 by 25, you know what I mean. I am a product of teachable spirit. I'm a product of finding yourself on ground zero and deciding the only way is up. So many years ago, at some point in my life, I was a DJ in a club. I was an MC in weddings. I was a radio presenter. At some point in my life, I used to cover weddings using a camera. At some point in my life, I became a bouncer in a club. At some point in my life, I worked for an agency that had was in 17 countries. I did my internship in South Africa and Nigeria to learn about experiential marketing. I represent a company called Kate Chris Limited. We are the ones who put up this together with my team, in partnership with a Creon and a branding company. Somebody needs to give in the name, Sicolia. So that's why we are here. So way back, a mentor of mine called Dr. Wale Akiemi made us write 5 things that we are passionate about. And we didn't understand where we were going. So he had something called, he will sit us in a round table for 1 week, and then he will mentor us. But the last day, which was a Friday, we were told to write 5 things that we are passionate about. So I wrote number 1, I am passionate about content and filming. So I wrote content creation. I am passionate about risk assessment, security, This was inspired after we had a terrorist bomb attack at the American embassy. I was working for KBC, first guy there with a camera. The things I saw there, I decided it will never happen again under my watch if I can help it, and that's why I'm very passionate about safety and security. I also wrote that I'm passionate about event organization. I wrote that I'm passionate about fashion industry. And those 5 things, interestingly, have made me money. So when we are being told to write 5 things that we are passionate about, he later told us, what you're passionate about will make money for you. Right now after this event, I am going to WRC as head of security for the World Safari Rally. So I put a hat for security. Yesterday night, I was a content creator. Those who know. So I'm sure some of them were looking at me and thought, this guy is very passionate. Because during COVID, things were so thick, we decided to start content creation, and that's how we survived better and paid our bills through content creation. Using a phone, we have a YouTube channel. We used to go and film venues, and some of them were not paying us. As long as they were giving us free food and accommodation, everybody else was locked in Nairobi. We are the only ones who are going out. You understand? Eventually, we started making money with it. Yeah, so the company Kate is my wife. I am Chris. Everybody else in the company is limited.
All right, let's appreciate our panel one more time. The challenge of being in an extinguished panel and you're young like me is, I can say my experience is being unapologetically excellent in everything that I do. I do not have 20 years or 15 or 10 years, but what I do is that I make rooms remember me. All right? So because I am different, I have something for each panelist. And this is a fireside session, all right? So we're not going to start our panel in the boring old ways of a question, answer. So I made something for the panelists. They don't know this. So a side has yes or no. My cameraman, I hope you can be able to see. So I am going to ask them a question, about a topic that we're discussing, and they're basically going to choose yes and no. This is their opinion, so don't eat them alive. Are we together? Are we together, guys? All right, so the first question to my lovely panelists, is it okay to bend the truth to protect your career? Is it okay to bend the truth to protect your career? Let's go. See your people. I think I need to get down for this. I'm sorry, I'm very interactive, so let me get down on the stairs. Let me see those answers. All right, all right. Unfortunately, I'm with Chris. Oh my God! All right, next question, guys. I only have a very limited time. Is success without integrity still success? Is success without integrity still success? If it's, yeah, me, I'm with Juma. Thanks, Katri. Don't lie to each other, guys. This one's for you. No, I think they're lying to us. All right? The third question. Should young employees challenge their bosses when they disagree? Look at my team. Where are they? Look at them, they're so loud. Yes, I agree, because nobody remembers the silent ones. However, disclaimer, you can challenge somebody in a very respectful way. I keep telling people it is not what you say that matters, it is how you say it. Your words either leave somebody better or leave them worse. Can I get a claquette? Thank you. Is character more important than competence? Is character more important than competence? Good, look. I like her answer. It's in the middle. It's true, right? Yes, it's in the middle. Though, unfortunately, me, I'm on the character side. Your character needs to be stellar. My fifth question, is humility a strength in leadership? Is humility a strength in leadership? And what happens if people topple over you? I personally have received discrimination because I'm small, I have a piercing, and I have red hair. And I just humble myself. But that was then. Now I'm here. My second last question is courage something you are born with? Is courage something you are born with? You can. It depends. All right. Then my final question that everybody wants to know, is everybody born a leader? No. My cameraman here said no. Is everybody born a leader? Are you saying that there are people who are just not meant to be leaders?
We're saying you have the potential.
They can. Who believes that everyone is born to be a leader? Raise your hand strong. All right. I'm sorry, but I'm not on your side. There are people in life who are just meant to be sheep, and there are others who are meant to be shepherds. There's nothing wrong if you're a sheep. It just depends perhaps which sheep you are. And there's also nothing wrong being a shepherd. It depends what shepherd you are. But again, it is our own opinion. So let's get to our first question. And I will start with you, Juma. And what we've basically seen is that if you've noticed, there is no manual, there's no policy about this is the way to follow leadership. This is the correct path. It's literally how you embody it. However, there are principles and guidelines. And Juma, I would ask you something. In the era and in the century we are in right now, what would you say is the biggest leadership gap that you're seeing in young professionals today? What is it that they are lacking, and how do you think it can be fixed?
Yeah, that's an important one, and I think it goes down to one of the things I've been reflecting about coming to this conference. Is just how important it is to have great mastery of the area of leadership or the area of work that you are interested in or that you are in. And I think thinking about it as an educator, and this is a very important conversation in our schools right now, how important it is to make sure that we are getting young people to master the knowledge they require to develop skills, understanding, and eventually make an impact. So you will meet young people, for example, coming into the area of work that you interview. They have sometimes great values, and sometimes they have a teachable spirit, sometimes not. But they generally have not mastered strongly the area of craft that they are coming into. It's even sadder when this affects a leader. So it's very important for young people to really, really master the craft, really, really have deep knowledge of your area of interest as a professional. And if you don't, which is still possible, have a great teachable spirit. So when sometimes you get young people, and it's very common these days, young people are very confident. But again, the line between confidence and arrogance sometimes gets blurred. But you find very confident young men that you are trying to get to work in the industry in which you are leading, some you are bringing into leadership, but they have very weak mastery of that area of craft, and they are not willing, or they don't have a great teachable spirit. That sometimes saddens me.
I like that because in the space and the capacity that I hold, I govern the Africa region for Little Cub, and I am getting into this space whereby I am choosing to hire people based on skills, based on attitude first, then skills. Because what I learned in life is that skill can be taught, but somebody with an attitude is very, very hard. And Katra, even which brings me to my next question. How can a young person in this conference lead without a title? They don't have the fancy president, vice chair, all those. So how can they lead if they do not have a title tied to their name? Will their impact be felt? Will people listen to them, or will only people listen to them when it starts with PhD, MSc, DU, VX, VO, Mr. Now? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nyawera. First and foremost, I want to encourage everyone in the room that, and it was said in the morning, you mustn't wait for permission to lead. You must seize the opportunity. And so every young person in this room, and the word young on the African continent is an elastic one. I'm personally quite young in my humble assessment, and even our panel, and I'm so proud of the contribution that you've made to the education sector, that your protege is now a principal. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you must seize the moment. You might not always be called upon to showcase your leadership opportunities or be preferred a certain title, but that shouldn't stop you from seizing the moment. And that seizing the moment shows up in every opportunity. We all know the difference between someone who's exercising leadership and someone who's not. Who here has been to a restaurant where you're just being ignored? Right? And you wonder why. And then you go to a restaurant where attention is you're met at the door, you're greeted, or you're in a government office and you're received in a certain way. It makes a difference, and it's because those people have decided to exercise leadership or have decided not to. And so you feel the absence of that. You mustn't wait for a title because that title may never come, but work with what you have. And one thing that I was going to add is education and skills. That is the bridge between the gap of where you currently are and where you hope to go. And you already have what you're good at. Chris has mentioned 5 things that he's passionate about. Are you clear about what you're passionate about? Or are you being told what to be passionate about? And so you have to call yourself to a meeting to clarify these things for yourself, and in order to deploy yourself strategically in different spaces and ensure that you show up fully irrespective of your title. Thank you.
Love that. Nelly, allow me to call you Mwalimu, if that is okay. And you being in the education sector for a very, very long time, I would want to know this particular aspect. Years and years, Kenya produces thousands and thousands of graduates. We release people into the field, and all of them are looking for the same jobs. We've not yet adopted the creative aspect. And I would like to ask you, because I'm tired of the conversation that says the youth are for tomorrow. The youth are for today. And in your knowledge, in your background, what do you think are the habits that separate high potential youth from the ones that are stagnating? What can you tell us that there's a difference between this and this with the high turnover that schools are releasing into the job markets?
Thank you, Nyawera. So high potential youth, if I get you right, I'll start by saying that high potential youth are leaders. They don't wait for titles, they don't wait for time. And we see them right from the school setup. They are students who are just driven. The question is, are we, the adult community, giving these young people opportunities? Are we giving them time to experience the leadership? Are we including reflection and failure in our leadership models? Do we allow the young people to fail? When they fail, do we pick them up and review, assess, and say, come on, let's get going? Because even in the room today, from the questions that were being asked by the youth, I could tell who is youth because they are not me, they are not my age. I can tell that they are afraid of, they're waiting to be told what to do most of the time. So the self-driven youth, leadership is not imposed, leadership is experienced. And we need to give the youth time to experience that leadership. That's why I personally have a problem with, you must have 5 years of experience. Please come with 0 years of experience.
Tell them.
And let me work with you.
Louder, louder,
Yeah.
louder, louder.
Yeah, and
louder.
here's Juma. Yeah, please come with no experience because that's why we are there, to retool you, to reshape you. And I've taken up that mantle very seriously. And starting this February, I'm working on a program based in South Africa. It's about retooling, reshaping teachers.
I love that.
And they are all welcome to come and sit at the table. Personally, I signed up, got admitted to Johns Hopkins twice, university. First round, I did 6 months. I said, this has nothing to do with impact.
Yeah.
Second round, I tried again, and I realized if it's not going to be impactful, then why do it?
Yeah.
But how do we get the young people to get that experience?
I like
It's by allowing them the opportunities. And it starts right from school. I remember my mother, please allow me. I relayed my mother to rest 3 days ago.
Sorry.
And Mr. Lloyd has been very, very patient with me. I really am grateful because he exempted me from the pre-preps.
Yeah.
But I had to travel back because what would my mother have done? She was a school principal. When she went to the village, she became a local leader, MCA, we call them county assembly leaders. She would have expected me to show up and serve. That's why I'm here today, despite being on compassionate leave.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mwalimu.
However,
Yes,
could I just chip in there? I think
Sure.
something that I've learned from Nelly over the years is one about the value of opportunity. I mean, opportunity is always available. And sometimes when you work with leaders who value the creativity of youth, they will avail those opportunities. So for young people who are here, I think what I want to encourage you to do is to look out for the opportunities that are available or suggest solutions that your leaders or the people who invite you into spaces of work have. There are always a lot of issues to resolve at work. You must be visible. You must stand up to suggest solutions. You must grab the opportunities that are always around. Now, leaders love the people who help them solve problems, and you'll never go wrong by doing that.
I like that. And my panelists, this question is to all of you, and you're only supposed to answer me with one word. Which life skill has had the biggest impact in your success? Which life skill has had the biggest impact on your success? One word. Juma?
Life skill. Perseverance, I would say.
Perseverance. Katra?
Courage.
Courage. Mwalimu?
Adjustment.
Adjustment. Chris?
Positive attitude.
Positive attitude. While you're holding that microphone, Chris, my next subtopic is about career and real world. And Kate Chris is an organization that has hired employees. And every day you are promoting employment. And because we are looking at practicality in where we are, what would you say as an employer are the top 3 skills that you look for before you decide to give somebody the contract? This is completely separate from their papers and all. Yes, Chris?
My colleague here said it's important to give someone an opportunity without necessarily looking at what papers they have. I agree. But once you've been given that opportunity, just like when you're emceeing or if you're hosting an event, you only have 2 minutes to impress the audience. 2 minutes, or they switch off and start looking at their phones. So with that in mind, once you've been given this opportunity as a young person in this organization, you have exactly 7 to 14 days for that organization to think, okay, I think there is something here. I think this young man, this young lady, we can give them a chance and we can start molding them and assisting them in areas that we feel they are struggling in to make them a better person in whichever career or in whichever industry you're in. So the key thing that is me to be where I am is, let me give it with an example of how I ended up working for an international agency with a list of the qualifications. So I was running a restaurant at some point in my life called Rangers Restaurant as a head of entertainment. And so I was head of entertainment. In the evening, I will be the one doing the experiential activities where I worked with the then MD KWS, where we will do champagne breakfast for tourists and welcome them, go, all those things. Then one day, EABL were introducing the Tusker cans because we didn't have beer in cans. And then when this team came, this agency came, I was out of my way helping them with ideas and what needs to happen. So for 2 days I was there. I didn't need to do it. But for me, since I was working for this restaurant, this agency and EABL succeeding in the launch of this event in my restaurant, for me was important because it will showcase the capability of us as a restaurant to be able to host events of that nature. Little did I know that I was interviewing myself for my next job. Immediately after that launch, the country manager reached out and said, Chris, we have a position. We are the agency that you are assisting. We would like you to come because we are headhunting someone to run as a head of operations for the experiential agency. So I asked her, what is experiential agency? Experiential marketing. Because I never heard about it. They said, you just come. Can you believe it? I didn't go. Because I was so settled in the restaurant. So I told them I'll come. So the day I was supposed to go, I called them and said, I can't make it. I have clients. They told me, okay, we will postpone the interview of everybody for you to be available so you come. So I was like, okay, what is it? All this time I do not understand why they're looking for me. Then at some point I consulted my best friend. I don't know whether George is here, and my girlfriend then, who ended up being my wife, co-director in the company. I told them, there is this opportunity. What do you guys think? Should I go? They said, you go. So I went. So when I reached there, I found other 50 people. I think they had shortlisted. Then when I went in, they told me, the reason why we've called you is that we looked at you and you are really helping us. You didn't need to do that. What are your qualifications in terms of operations? I say none. When you give me a task, I just do it with my heart and everything, blood, it has to succeed. For me, there is no going back. Then the regional manager, then I didn't know he was a regional manager of West Africa, Mr. Ian, told me, okay, I have one question for you. Are you humorous? Imagine part of the interview being asked whether I'm humorous. I said, yes, I can make people laugh. So they told me to make them laugh. I can't remember what I said, but they laughed. Then they told me, okay, are you able to be tough with your team when now that the time to do it, when you have to do it? I said I can be nasty. But before I become nasty, I will teach you. I will guide you. I will always advise you what to do. But eventually, when I think you cannot be able to make it, when it comes to dropping you, whoever said drop them when like it's hot, didn't know, had not met me. I'll drop you very fast. So they told me, okay, we have South Africa and we have Nigeria. Young people, listen to what I'm going to say next. They asked me, we want you to do internship in West Africa, in Nigeria, or South Africa in Cape Town and Joburg? What would you have picked? South Africa, yeah? Nigeria? Why South Africa? Guess what? Because it was an experiential agency and I had done my homework, I told them because we are about experiential, sorry, Daba, South Africa is more of Europe. I want to go to Nigeria because at that point then these guys were 120 million. We guys, I think, were operating at, 20 million in Kenya. I said, I want to go and experience what those guys are doing. Do you know that's what won me the interview? Because everybody else, when they were asked, they said South Africa. But looking for someone who was willing to go to a country that is difficult in terms of everything, because they needed to toughen that particular person. Not in a bad way. For those who've been to South Africa is Europe. I love Cape Town. Cape Town is my best coastal city. I was telling the team yesterday during dinner. But let me tell you, when I went to Nigeria, what I learned in Nigeria in 2 months, to date, I have not been able to apply. To date, I am still applying. How to survive in Nigeria. Okay? And I survived. Long story cut short. So for me, when I came back, we didn't have a team, an operation team in this particular company. And I had to create a team, and the two things that were guiding me was very simple. I used to tell people, I'm not interested in your papers. I want to know what is your attitude. And number two, if you kept time, I dropped you. If you came late, I dropped you. If you came ahead of time, I hired you.
Look at that. Appreciate him, guys. In line to even what Chris has said, Katra, I would like to ask you. We are in a microwave generation. A generation that people see as a bit different, the misunderstood generation. It's called the pop generation that wants everything now and not tomorrow. We're the ones who go on the streets, and we're not the ones who will sit silent because something wrong is happening. However, there are mistakes that we make, and we confuse our rights for freedom in reference to being accepted. With your experience in many international organizations, what would you say are the top 2 mistakes that we basically make, or other young professionals make in their early careers, that you can advise us to just stay away from those 2?
Thank you so much, Nawera. I think one thing that I'll say is, and it's a question that you posed, whether humility has accelerated or decelerated your career. And it was a question that, we had 50-50. I would say that as Africans, it is time that we don't delegate our welfare to external stakeholders or surrender our agency. It is time to shift gears and tell our own stories and not be humble about it. Just be realistic. I think humility has its place, and we know when we've met someone who's not humble, but humility can also be quite harmful. And this has its basis in culture. Our culture does not necessarily, in my language, unasema cheplaske, yani someone mwenye anajisifu kila mahali. You will find yourself in context in the international world. And with all due respect to Americans, they're very good at telling their stories. That's why Hollywood has influenced culture over the last, half a century, over a century. And so it is time that African stories were told in the way that we tell them, organically. Show up fully in the room. Don't be silent. You have a point. You're at that table for a reason. And so the second thing that I would say is the same life skill that I have. I have seen courage has its role in every situation. Who here, I'm sure you all have had a life-changing opportunity. Raise your hand if you've encountered a life-changing opportunity. Raise your hand if you rose up to meet that opportunity. Put your hand up. Okay, thank you. Put your hands down. If you fail to meet that opportunity, why? Was it a lack of courage or what happened? What caused you to fear and miss that window? Potentially it's a lack of courage. Potentially it's other factors. We will never know. But the thing is, you had the opportunity to change your life. And so when you have to remain situationally aware as to what the opportunities are around you, as a young person, who's around you? Who are you seated next to? Be curious. Have some measure of innocence. Yes, arrogance can be dressed as confidence. Confidence can appear and it's too much, and that turns out to be arrogant. But then, as Chris has said, he was in Nigeria. I've also been to Nigeria. I was there for a few days, and wow, I'm still unpacking it. Because everybody, repeat after me, everybody show up in their fullest form, because you never know. And I think Nigeria is just that person that shows up ready. That's the Nigerian personality. Unapologetically ready.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm ready. When opportunity just comes over there, I'm ready. So, guys, be shameless. Be shameless about opportunity, hunting, seeking. Be ready. Show up ready. Dress up as your future self. More importantly, have the right attitude. There's nothing worse than a wrong attitude. A wrong attitude is worse than the worst body odor you've ever encountered. It is, you cannot endure it. No. Okay? And so, show up ready. Repeat after me. Ready.
Ready.
Ready. I'm ready.
Ready.
There you go. Thank you.
I like that. And one thing that I would tell you in your experience as you're growing in this career and the normal challenges that happen is you need to ask yourself, what brand are you bringing? And what brand are you building? There, the Kikuyu in me was almost falling. What brand are you building? Because people do not remember you for who you are. People remember you for the way you made them feel and for the lives that you touched. And even Juma, I would like to throw this to you. How can basically the youth of today stand out? How do you stand out without being over there or just, being obnoxiously irritable to everybody? But how do you just let your work stand out and make people recognize you without you subtly trying? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it goes back to what you mentioned as you started that question about the brand, the kind of person, the values that you represent in the way you dress up, in the way you show up, in the way you speak, in the way you work. Your brand is actually very important. And I think one of the things that people struggle with is sometimes being shy about their brand. Right now we have, you have your social media handles, you have your LinkedIn, you have a lot of spaces through which you can demonstrate to people who've not met you what values you represent. It's very important to put it out there, what you advocate for, what you stand for, what you support. And because this gives people an entry into you as a person. So I would really encourage people young people especially, to start thinking about the brand they're building from the word go. Do not wait to think you will build that brand when you get into the job market, when you are employed at your target company. No, you start early. There are two young ladies that I've met this morning, and they have blown my mind away. I'm a father of 4 girls, and and those girls are the only children, so just put it on record. In case I get home and be asked, is there a boy out there? So it's just the 4 girls. And these 2 girls that I've met here have really softened my heart, because listening to Florence and the authenticity of her advocacy. She's very authentic about the things she believes in, because she says, I have lived it. I have seen girls going through period shame and so on and so forth. I have experienced drought, hunger, and so on and so forth. She is already speaking about all these things. I'm sure she'll never get out of my mind. Wherever else I will meet her, I'll associate her with that very strong, authentic advocacy. She is already implanted in my mind what her brand looks like. While sitting there, another young lady approached Nelly out of the blues. She just walked in and approached Nelly and said, I'd like to speak to you. My name is Akinyi. I come from the organization that she mentioned. And then she said, I just wanted to have a word. And she started to have a conversation with Nelly, and I was listening in. And within those few moments, a mentorship, coaching arrangement started growing right before my eyes. And what I would tell the young women seated here, and now I'm switching into my club, 51%. Don't believe what is said today that, girls are having it better, boys are being left behind. No, no, no. I don't believe it. I don't see it in its real sense. Girls are still vulnerable. Girls are still burdened. Girls are still doubted, especially in leadership spaces. I see it, I live it. Let your brand speak loudly about your values from minute zero.
Thank you, Mr. Juma. That's drop mic, quite literally. And Mwalimu, I would like to ask you this because I know there's somebody sitting on their chair and asking themselves this question. Let's be real. Social media can make you feel very small and very little, especially if your confidence is at bay. Or even if you're confident, you can perhaps see on LinkedIn these days, everybody is posting their accolades, their accomplishments. I started a new role. I have a new certificate. So in your experience, how would you tell a young person to build their confidence when they're feeling left behind?
First of all, thank you for that question. First of all, is just getting the young people to understand that you are enough. You are enough. You're good to go the way you are. And then through my studies, when I did my master's, I actually went in to study my master's degree in an area of child safeguarding because I realized how much social-emotional wellness contributes to lack of confidence. And the young people are losing confidence every single day, which translates to loss of competence. So just educating the young people on rights. You are enough, you have a name. The name that your parents birthed you and gave to you is already big enough. And then how do you block the social media? We are dealing with this every day. Cyberbullying. And it happens even in adulthood. So everybody is posting, I'm not posting. You don't have to post. If you're a designer, show up, design. Showcase your clothes. You will get your niche. So it's very, very difficult to navigate that area, but it's just a question of how do you equip the young Florences of the world to stand up and say, you put this post about me on social media, I'm not going to take it, I'm not going to have it. And then how do the rules apply? Are we educating the young people right from school into youth to understand the law? You don't have to be a lawyer, but you need to know what law safeguards me and how do I address this issue right from a very tender age.
I like that. I also keep on saying, and my mom told me that knowledge is not powerful, but utilized and executed knowledge is powerful. And Chris, I would like to close this conversation so that we go to my audience. And this is coming very easy. And how would you advise the leaders of today to stay ethical when shortcuts seem easier? I don't know where I'm getting my food for tomorrow, and somebody is telling me to broker a deal that is going to allow me to pay rent, to basically have food, and to have comfort, and you're still telling me to be ethical because it's the right thing to do, yet I won't be with them when I'm being chased out? So how would you advise them to stay ethical when the other path seems easier?
You seriously decided to give me the hardest question because each one of us here, I'm sure at some point in their life, you are confronted with such. Deep inside you, you know the decision you made. What informed that decision? What guided it? How much did you resist going decision B instead of A? Build your brand by researching on what it takes to build the particular brand that you are, to the level that when you are confronted with such, it makes it very easy for you to walk away because you know this is a pause and not the end. If you are starting out, it's great to be on these social media platforms. Great, by the way. But like someone said, what do we know about you based on what we see on your online, or none of it for that matter? So I cannot sit here and say, walk away. I will sit here and tell you, do what you truly feel will enhance and make your brand better. You could decide, let me get compromised and get this money, but unfortunately it has a way of coming round and biting you. The question is, will you survive? Okay? Will you survive? So it's not easy.
All right, let's appreciate my panel, guys. So before we get questions to the audience, we're going to do one last fireside. So get your paddles up. So the first one that I'm going to ask, sorry, Juma, you want to leave the audience and we've not yet finished. So this is a dicey one, honestly speaking, but you know, let me just throw it out there. The first question is punctuality a leadership trait? Audience, yes or no? Yes. Hebu we see. Yes, it is. All right. The second one, is networking more important than hard work? Neko, Katra is somewhere. Let's see. Is networking more important than hard work? Katra is in the middle. Mwalimu, you're on a yes. Chris, of course, a very good yes. Juma, no. Who's with Juma? Muko pequeño. For my international guests, that in English means you're alone. Well, your network is your net worth. Simple. When I told you the reason why Robert Kiyosaki wrote the book, Why C Students Are Hiring A Students, why A students are, Why C students are hiring A students, is because, do you know you can have that level of knowledge, Juma, according to me, and all that experience, but if you cannot simply sell yourself or sell it to your neighbor, then what good is it? True or false, guys? So Juma, there on the hard work, you can defend. Should he defend it? Okay, let's allow him.
I've seen people who sell deception, lies. You know, you meet them, they tell you of all the great things they can do to you. You trust it. You give them the opportunity, and it fails you and loses you money, and all manner of bad things happen. So you want somebody who is authentic about their belief in hard work, who will deliver. Because it's important to you, because in a business relationship, there's money at stake, not friendship. And networking sometimes is just friendship. So I believe hard work
All
first,
right.
then network.
Chris there is almost jumping.
Yeah, I'm jumping also because, you know, Juma,
Right,
that's
yeah.
what we call colloquially character development.
Thank you.
That's character development.
Please,
and
inform
all of us
him.
here have had our characters developed. And so the reason I was in the middle is because I think that hard work has its place, and it may expand your network and therefore expand your net worth.
Yeah.
You know, I think there are two sides of the same.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So there are two sides.
Yes.
Chris, conclude for me. Oh yeah, we can clap for her. Yes, Chris, do you want to still defend yours?
I have been shouting about networking from morning.
Yeah, literally.
And I have said, in fact, there is a guy there I was talking to. I told you, if you leave here without at least 20 numbers of the team that you've never met, your hard work will not pay.
Ooh. All right, strong there. My other fireside question, he's touched somewhere, a little. My third question is, should leaders always admit when they're wrong? Should leaders always admit when they're wrong? Me, I'm 50-50. Let's see. So how many are on the yes, guys? All right. So it's only me and Katra. Katra, I will put the same. Yes, Mwalimu, tell us.
I think it's very important to, as a leader, to be vulnerable and admit so that you're able to adjust and have conversations, especially with the youth. Many times they will challenge. You will be moving with your adult agenda without thinking about what they care about.
And if Mwalimu, I admit in my heart, at least I've admitted, then I have admitted in my heart, I will rectify on my way.
What's wrong with just saying, I admit, I'm sorry? Just say it out.
You know, in Africa,
Yeah.
Problem.
it's very risky to admit.
It is.
Ovyo.
Yeah, because the next idea.
Just admitting ovyo, I'm wrong. Oh gosh, on Monday I forgot this.
If you have your
You will
brand
lose out.
and you know what your brand is and you know what your principles are, it won't change you.
All right.
Let me give an example. Who here was beaten as a child?
Hey, me.
All
Actually,
of us.
both hands
We
and
were
my
beaten,
legs.
beaten like snakes.
Yeah.
Gen
Every
Z,
time you're being
don't
beaten,
raise your hands. You're not being beaten.
Sometimes you're beaten and you know it was not your fault. Maybe it's your sibling's fault.
It always was.
Does that parent come back to say, by the way, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to beat you.
Never.
Never.
Never. Not that. Not
But it
those
retained
parents.
that hierarchy of respect and distance. So that when you're looked at like this, where's my mom? I look at you like this, Mama, the way you used to look at me. I know not to touch the sugar. I know not to play with the glass or to play with the visitor's briefcase. So there's an order that is required. And I don't think it stems necessarily, if you're an authority figure, from continued admissions of wrong. Like there should be enough there in the relationship for it to be said, to be implied.
Okay.
Yeah, I will make overtures. I'll be like, Paul, lakini that's where it'll end.
All right. My final question for the day so that I pass the microphone to the audience. Can somebody be a great leader without emotional intelligence? No. We're in unison. Juma, can somebody be a great leader? No. So what happens to the people who are challenged? Like let's say maybe somebody who has autism. Are we saying that those people that cannot be able to read and understand emotional intelligence cannot become good leaders?
No, first.
Now you're silent.
First, just to correct you there, it's not outright granted that if somebody has autism, they won't have
Very true.
emotional intelligence. So we need to put that aside. I think emotional intelligence is probably these days the single most important leadership value. In the world today, in the market that we live in, and particularly with the young people that we are bringing into the job market.
I like that. Yes, Petra.
Yes. You know, you asked earlier, what's more important, character or competence? And you and I were aligned about character. We said character, right? Because I think that your character, favor and education, skills, they'll get you into certain rooms. But it's your character that will either keep you or expel you from those rooms. And so emotional intelligence is a big factor in how you show up in every room, in how you engage with stakeholders at every level. So, yeah.
Just to add,
non-negotiable.
When we are educating, it has become overly important, more important now to include aspects of emotional intelligence.
Thank you.
Because we assume many times that it comes automatically, but we need to teach it, experience it, fail, repeat, and let them know you have failed. This is called emotional intelligence.
I like that. EQ versus IQ. Let's appreciate our panel, guys, so that we can go to the audience. Do we have any questions? Do we have any comments? All right, I saw a lady in blue. My word. How much time do I have? My MC. All right, so until he tells me then. So I've seen the lady in blue, then there's the gentle in the one.
There's a Nigerian.
And then the Nigerian that everyone has spoken about. Then there's the lady in the hijab. So let's start with the lady in blue first. And my team too. Yes, my dear.
Good evening, everyone.
I think you have to stand up.
Okay.
Good. The cameraman, I got you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Evie Nyagucha Obare. I'm passionate about education, specifically emergency medical services education, and I'm among the master trainers of the basic emergency care, which is a course by WHO and ICRC. So thank you to the panelists for this session. It's just a thought and a quick ask. All of us here who are leaders in our own small ways, we have learned the hard way by learning on the job. Reason being is we hardly have anyone who will hold our hands. We always have these talks every day, every time, everywhere. But the sad thing is that most of the time, it ends here.
Let's get to our question, my dear, because of time. Yes.
I'm losing, sorry.
Pole pole, take a moment.
Yes, let me just take.
No worries.
Okay. So my question is, do you think hand-holding is more important than actually letting leaders learn the hard way? Thank you.
All right. So I'll get the questions and then we can, did you have a particular person that you wanted to answer that question? All right, Katra, you can take it if that's fine.
I'll take it.
All right. So maybe let's get the questions first, then you can note it down so that we answer together. There was a, all right, I'll come to you, sir, don't worry. Yes, sir?
All right, thank you for the opportunity to ask a question.
I think you need to stand up so that the camera can see you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question.
Yes.
Directed to Juma. In the early minutes of your presentation, you talked about weak craftery and unteachable behavior in the young people. I want to combine it with my earlier notes on, just hold on a minute. Right, I want to combine it with linking your career to the real world. I think something that Chris said. To Juma and all the panelists, I think we can all agree that we are gathered here because of a legacy of Nelson Mandela. And the way I saw you presenting and addressing issues, I see you as leaders. And I see this house as a house full of leaders. My question that could be even a contribution is, if we as leaders today in our own small capacity developed others after us, Chris, do we have a mini Chris coming after you? Do we have a mini you coming after you? It may not be in big numbers, but those small numbers. After 2 years, we need to have a replica of, after you're gone, we need to have at least 2 people who are like you. I think that will serve Africa. Thank you.
All right. Then there was a gentleman. So maybe you can get the lady in the hijab next to you so that we balance it out. So, sir, your question was to Juma, correct? All right. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Mumtaz Mohammed. I'm the current Secretary General, KCA University Town Campus. So my question goes to both Chris and Juma. So the first question to Chris, how can youth better bridge gap between academic qualification and the skill employers need? And to Juma, since you talked about how we ladies do actually have to put more effort, especially in leadership. So what system barriers continue to make leadership more difficult for women, especially us youths? Thank you.
All right. The Nigerian gentleman that has been looking at me with his eyes, he was going to kill me if we don't give him the microphone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chief Charles Ndadem. Like you all know, I'm a Nigerian. A lot has been said about education. Everything here borders around education. My question to you guys, and a comment, is whose curriculum really are we inculcating into the African child? Are we just adopting America says cough and Africa is jumping up and down? Now it's AI. We are all getting so excited about something that is going to take our brains and our jobs. And we are suffering from unemployment already. So they are feeding this thing to us because we are going to be the ones that are consuming it. We've been consumers. So how does the African child, how do we get this African child to begin to shape the games they play? That's leadership. You shape the games you play, not playing the games you find. That's all we've been doing. Somebody wakes up in America tomorrow or somewhere and they say, it's ChatGPT, and we jump on it. Where is our own ChatGPT? Where is our own AI and all of that stuff that, you know, that coincides with our own values and our own value systems? So that is what is concerning to me. Who is feeding us in Africa? And how do we move from consumption to production? Because that's the only savior for Africa. I think, I need answers to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will definitely let Mwalimu take that. So let me first answer these questions, if that's okay. And then if I'll have time, I'll go to the second round of the panel. The gentleman in the specs, I promise I have not forgotten you. So let's start with just Juma. So we can keep it short and sweet so that we give an opportunity for the other questions.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. Those are very, very important questions. I think the first two had something to do with hand-holding, coaching, teachable spirit, and which I feel are very important ingredients to establishing yourself as an early career practitioner or professional. I am a product of being given opportunities at a very early time in my career. When I walked into my current organization 17 years ago, I found Nelly there. She was head of school there. And 1 year down the road, she asked me to lead a department. I was 1 year old and had found members of my department, great ladies, some of whom, and gentlemen, some of whom I still work with. But Nelly asked me to lead that department. I think over those few months, she had picked something. She kept telling me I can do it. She encouraged me, and she helped me see my leadership abilities, which I had never thought about up to that point. And she held my hand throughout. She didn't just trust me with this responsibility and then go in, and sometimes leaders do that. They trust you with that responsibility and they leave you to your own devices, and sometimes you fail. Now, she did not do that. Hand-holding and coaching are very critical, but they work best when the mentee has an attitude to learn and to grow. When you don't give back that energy, or what the youth would call it, vibe, if you don't give that vibe of being ready to be taught, sometimes that opportunity does not work well. And the other question that was said about women and the barriers. Now, women have certain roles within our family setups. Women have nurturing as a responsibility, a natural responsibility, which they can't walk away from. They have to nurse children, for example. They have to take maternity leave, for example. And it's very important as a young woman that you also meet those responsibilities, because it also allows you to impact the world in the way in which it was originally ordained. You can't walk away from that. Now, how does your work, your leader, help you navigate that situation? It's not a challenge, it's a responsibility, but you need to be helped. Most work environments right now are providing nursing areas. They're allowing the caregivers who have children at home to walk into school so that the children can be nursed, or to whichever work environment. You are planning your womanhood responsibilities well around your career. You are not going about it haphazardly and making opportunities go. For example, you've just been appointed into a role and you want to plan around that sometimes. It's important, because having your child, for example, is something you want to do, but growing in your career is equally responsible, important. So what I would say is to plan around your life as a young woman, to also have your eyes open for patriarchy. Patriarchy is always going to be a challenge around the lives of women, and we still experience it big time in Africa. It is real. There are people who will say, even when you are hiring, you hear them whisper, let's reduce the number of girls coming in. You know, so they'll want to go on leave. They'll want to, all manner of things still get whispered. We must stand strong against those attitudes, and we must meet young women with a spirit of support and nurture and mentorship and coaching and help them to thrive.
All right.
Thank you.
Katra, I'd let you take the second.
Very quickly, Edna. So there's a delicate balance between hand-holding and just letting someone really experience the opportunity fully. And when we were opening, we said, have we been cultured to make mistakes? Can we even afford to make mistakes? But that's the only way you will learn. And so I would encourage you to find a mentor, someone who can simultaneously hold your hand, right? And afford you the opportunity to show up fully and coach you along the way. And the gentleman who said, are you leaving two of you behind? Absolutely, and that's a major challenge on the continent. I don't think that we've built a pipeline of those to come, and we need to invest in that infrastructure of care, of legacy. And as someone said, we're here because of Tata Mandela. We're here because he laid the foundation. He sacrificed so much. He showed up for his country and therefore the rest of the world. And here we are, basking in this moment and exchanging our own experiences. There's no success without a successor. And that's why Ndaba is here in Kenya. Thank you for choosing Kenya as the first place to plant that footprint. And we want to honor that and ensure that success by ensuring that we multiply the successes of our respective legacies. Thank you.
Thank you too. All right, Mwalimu. The chief said he needs answers.
The Nigerian
That's what he
chief,
said, yeah.
Our Nigerian brother. I don't have a straight answer, but I want to take us back to what Ndaba, Papa Mandela, spoke about, that education is the greatest tool or weapon that will change the world. I doubt, I wasn't there with him, Ndaba must have been close to him. I doubt that he meant that education should be a threat. Because today, the landscape has shifted. And there's everybody coming in with all kinds of programs, AI being the top of the list. And he must have meant that we should safeguard our education so that it translates to transformation while retaining our African roots, right? Absolutely. So in terms of being an educator in this space for a long time, we who've been long in the education sector need to learn to unlearn. Unlearn and understand the changes that are taking place, because as far as we are concerned, basic literacy skills, basic numeracy skills, so that children are literate, they can do numbers, is what we need. The rest of it comes within a sphere. So in terms of governments and NGOs, perhaps what we need to be doing, and that's one of the reasons why I'm not retiring, I will refire, is we need to be at the table so that we are guarding our curriculum frameworks, even when they're international, and making sure that our African cultures and concepts and contexts are included. So in Kenya here, you will not run an international curriculum if you're not teaching the local history. So you start from the known to unknown. Before you speak about Florence Nightingale and her works, we talk about Jomo Kenyatta, we talk about Papa, Tata Mandela. That's where we start.
I like
So if I walk into your classroom and you don't have that, and the ministry comes in, your school is out of the list, right? So contextualizing and making sure that we remain at the table to make sure that we guard those frameworks, participate in policy making, inspect the curriculums, walk into the schools, and then we, the educators, owning our culture. Because you can be very highly skilled, but totally and disconnected, right? So our roots, our culture, it was said to us by Papa Tata Mandela, and all the presidents in Africa speak into our culture being retained. So we are here, we are guarding it jealously. Join us in the race.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I
Mr.
may,
Chris.
very quickly.
Very quickly.
In the morning, Daba talked about our forefathers and the chains that they had to break. Our chains are invisible. The table that Mwalimu has referred to, right now there's a digital table. Is Africa on that table? Are we reflected in those algorithms? I asked ChatGPT to produce a picture of two pretty girls. They did not look anything like I've seen in Nairobi. What is the problem? We need to input data that is African, that is culturally sensitive and respectful and reflective of our reality. Otherwise, we run the risk of being digitally colonized if we continue to consume what we don't produce and produce what we don't consume. Thank you.
Right. Yes, Mr. Kira, short and sweet because we have some burning.
Mine is very short and swift because of what they've said. So I'll just talk about what I posted in December during the holidays. I want you guys to listen to this. So I said, a real African, when you go on holiday and you are visiting your parents' in-law, a man should not sleep in the compound of his wife's parents.
Yeah, that sparked some debates.
Let me tell you.
I remember it.
It sparked such a discussion, I reached 1.7 million views of interaction. To your question, sir, there is what we have to retain as African in terms of our values and guard jealously without letting go before we let the AIs of this world seep in.
Thank you. We'll take the last set of 4 questions. So my microphone can start from the back. Oh my God. So let's start with that gentleman that you're holding. Then there's a lady behind you with the black shirt. Then the gentleman in the black t-shirt. Yes, sir. So your question and to who? Short and sweet, please.
Okay, thank you and good evening. My name is Bran Mongare, a recent graduate of Multimedia University. So my question is straight to Kirwa. You talked about staying ethical. So, and I wanted to ask, what if the roles were reversed in such a way that, let's take a case in point. In Kenya, a few years ago, we had a real menace with the issue of passport issuance. So in such a situation where you are really in dire need of a service and you're forced to compromise the person on the other end, how do you still maintain ethical standards and integrity in such circumstances? And to Nyawira, you asked us to close our eyes when we began this panel discussion and think about one thing or one skill that you would have learned earlier on. So what is one skill that in particular you would have learned earlier on that you can pass on to this young generation that is coming up? Thank you.
Thank you. And we go to the lady there. Chris, you can pass me my phone there. Thank you. I sat at the wrong place. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Celeste. I have a question on factors affecting youths in leadership. So what do you do if you're in a point of authority where there's a gap between responsibility and power? You've given authority to change, but you've not given the opportunity to execute. Yeah, thank you.
Who would you like to answer that question?
The lady in black.
The lady in black.
Miss
Kacha.
Black.
That's my team member right there, by the way. So we can go to the gentleman, yes?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ian, and I've been in the field of leadership, and I've lost it due to how I've led the team. How can I say it? I was leading a team that was older than me, and they questioned my leadership. that meant my innovations and skills were pushed down, and I was dropped down to the role. That's my first question. How can you assert, once you're down and you've removed out of the role that you've worked for with your innovations and skills, how can you go back up? And also, how can you overcome the trauma? Once again, you come back up if you are going to lead people who are older than you with your innovations and skills.
All right. I really like that. As another person is asking, I've also led a team that is older than me, perhaps 10 or 15 years. So we can definitely have a side chat. But did you have somebody specific to answer that particular question? It is to anybody. All right. There's this lovely lady here. The microphone will come to you, and I also know there's someone in this table. Lloyd, I've sent you a message. Please check. Right. So we can go to her. Yes, please stand up, ask your question, and if it has a specific person.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadine. I have a question for Mwalimu Nelly and Mr. Juma, since that you're both in a senior position in education. With the rise of AI, ChatGPT, Copilot, and all of that, do you think that the ease in which the youth are able to access AI is hindering their ability to think for themselves? Thank you.
All right. I feel I have neglected this side extremely. So we can move as we move this side. There's a lady in the brown blazer.
Hi, everyone. I have two questions, and they go directly to Chris and to Sambila. So the first question that goes to Chris is, how do you remain visible without overexposing yourself? And then the second question is, how do you maintain the right attitude in tough environments?
All right. So we're coming this side so that we just get everyone in the table. Are you guys feeling tired? Yes? All right, I'm almost wrapping up as well. Then we can finish with the gentleman here. For any other questions, I would politely request, I think our panelists will still be here. We can basically interact with them. Yes, I have to finish with this table. We'll basically interact with them so that we don't keep all of us here, yeah? Yes, lovely one.
Hello, my name is Deborah. I am a finalist law student, and I am a conversationalist, where I basically use the art and the science of conversations to spark change and impact knowledge. My question is to Chris, and this is to people who find themselves to be working in multiple disciplines, where you have interest in different fields. My question is, how do you measure growth? How do you ensure that you're just not doing so many things or working in so many industries and you're not growing?
All right. Let's bring the microphone to Lloyd. Here, the gentleman. Lloyd, you can lift his hand in case he's not seeing you. Also, for the panelists, some of the questions that we have already discussed, we can just retaliate them a little bit differently, because I'm feeling some of the questions are topics that we've already mentioned. Yes, Lloyd.
Hi, guys. This is more for the two educators. Earlier on, Ndaba spoke about privilege. I'm not too sure how it works in Kenya or East Africa. In Southern Africa, there's a growing gap between your private schools and your government schools. We've done one or two programs, and I see there's quite a big gap. And in terms of the quality of education, can you guys perhaps speak to what government can do to make sure that the government schools don't fall too far behind the private schools?
Okay, I think either of you can. So somebody is really doing this for me. So I'll take the last question. I'm here. Could we run the microphone to this lovely gentleman? I know that we have so many questions, but let's engage the audience after. Then my panelists, you can get your questions. I'm ready. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Mishra from Kenya. I want to ask, I just have a comment about hard work, net worth, or networking. I think I will combine them as smart work. The hard work and net worth, both we can call it as smart work. And net worth Networking without net is also no worth. So you have to have net, because without internet, we are nothing. Number two, what is the difference between leaders and politicians? That is very important.
Yeah.
The politician needs power, but power needs leaders. Thank you. And only one leader was Mandela. After Mahatma Gandhi, Mao Zedong, and Martin Luther King, and Raila Odinga, and I now William Ruto.
All right.
Now, number three, the question about education, that everybody should be educated or not. We should differentiate between education and wisdom. A very wise man may not have gone to school, but a very learned man can be very foolish. Thank you very much. God bless you.
You too. There's this lady who's raised her hand from, not that one, the one there with the spectacles. She has raised it from the beginning, and I don't want to think that I have ignored her. Yes, my dear.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bridget Nemayan. I'm the Vice President, Student Association of KCA University. My question goes to Chris, and I would take myself as an example. I'm a student balancing between leadership and my career. And sometimes you find yourself making the right decision regardless of the outcome. And you find yourself being accountable for a very hard outcome that can sometimes take a toll on you. So my question is, how can you balance ambition and integrity and accountability? How can you balance ambition with integrity and accountability?
All right. So my panelists, I think I'll just start from you, Juma. Just keep it short and sweet. For some that has been discussed, try and sum it up. Do you want to use mine? Oh, you're good.
Thank you very much. First, I want to really sympathize and send my love out to the young youthful leader who got dropped from his role after coming into a position of leadership where most of the members of his team were older than him. I know that can be very demoralizing, and I think to succeed in that kind of situation, because I've been in that kind of situation most of my leadership career, takes a bit of balance in terms of understanding what youthful leadership brings and what the more established, more experienced members of your team bring to the table, and find a balance between that so that people can see that reciprocal energy. Most of the time, you'll find that when you have a lot of older people in your team, they value stability, they are more conservative in their approaches, and you need to appreciate that because there is a place for that. And when you're a youthful leader, you are creative, you are energetic, you're moving with a lot of speed. But you shouldn't move with too much speed until you leave them completely behind, because they have a place in the organization. In most of the times when I have had to tackle this, because I've even had to have difficult conversations with people who are older than me, more experienced, because I'm their leader. I must come from an understanding of where they are. A bit of emotional intelligence also comes into play, but ultimately providing a balance that makes the organization still thrive, in spite of that more like a clash between eras, and I think the younger people will resonate with this. Now, the question that Lloyd asked about privilege. Privilege is also another real thing. I started my career in public education for a few years in a public school, senior school, and then I came to work in a private school where I'd consider most of, or almost all my, the families that I dealt with privileged. And what we do, I also work very closely with an association called the Kenya Association of International Schools, where we see it as our responsibility that we are here to educate Kenyan children. We are not here to educate what you might call rich children or what we might, or privileged children. We are Kenyan educators. We must work with the Ministry of Education. We must work with the Kenya National Examinations Council and everybody who works in the education sector to support, for example, right now, the implementation of the competency-based education. I know Nelly herself has contributed quite a lot in terms of publishing the books that are now being used in CBE, in terms of coaching teachers. I've been involved in training myself under the the KICD, where our role, as we see it, is to still contribute to helping the establishment of quality education for all Kenyans, in spite of the fact that we currently do not directly work in the public sector. So it is our responsibility, and we take it very seriously, especially at the Kenya Association of International Schools.
Thank you. To answer the lovely lady in the back, I didn't get your name. But as I said in the beginning, leadership is a choice, and you'll feel its absence or its presence. Leadership generates leadership. And you can exercise leadership with authority. That's where you've been appointed to a certain position. Or you can exercise leadership without authority. How is that so? When you're exercising leadership with authority, it means that people have entrusted power to you to deliver services, right? But sometimes that authority is not explicit, it is implied. And so you and the young man who was fired for standing up to older people or more experienced people, I would encourage you as you approach your future endeavors, face the trauma of that. Yes, it's humbling, it's shocking when it happens, but you will bounce back, and you'll bounce back better because you'll have a curiosity for people who are not necessarily within your age bracket. And you'll understand that you have to be curious and open to their perspectives, because everyone you meet, it doesn't matter who they are. They have their own values, they have their own loyalties, they have their own perspectives on the work. And so if you're blind to those perspectives, if you don't have a posture of humility and you go up to them and say, how do you see this thing? Then, of course, you'll be neutralized in your exercise of leadership. So I hope I've answered that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Molimo?
Thank you. The rise of AI and ChatGPT allow me to add phones, mobile phones, definitely are hindering progress in all ways, to a child, to the youth as well. Because we are losing out because of use of all these faculties that we are supposed to use to raise our speaking skills, negotiation skills, writing. Writing is going through the window because the children are just there on AI tapping the tabs. The question to all of us is it impossible to raise a literate person, a competent person in numbers? Is it impossible to raise those competencies? Must we have AI? Must we have mobile phones? Must we have all these social media aspects to grow and develop a child? The answer is no. So, very simply put,
Katra is looking at you differently.
No. Very simply put, I'm very radical in this area. Yeah. Let the learners, the youth, go back to hard copy.
Thank you.
Let's go back to reading books. Let's go back to computing numbers. And in that breath,
yes,
I developed a game, a board game, in the year 2020. I was tired of Monopoly, Scrabble. They all come from afar.
Yeah.
What do we have in terms of our contextualized resources? So I developed a board game. It's a numeracy board game. You go through every county in Kenya, and it can be scaled up to South Africa, to Namibia, to wherever. It's time we started thinking of creating our own resources other than depending on the AI, ChatGPT, and the rest. They may be useful because we must also make sure that we remain globally competitive.
True.
But they must be controlled.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Kira, are you answering your question or do you want to chime in?
I want to answer my questions because a lot were directed to me.
Yeah.
Do I have a mini-me coming up? My team who is here, if you are working with me, please stand up. All of you, everywhere, ask them. Every day I ask them, I want to retire from this. Will you guys be able to take over? I ask them today. And I always ask why. Because if we do not do that, then when we guys now reach a point where we need to retire, the company will die. So yes, I have very many mini-me's coming up, hopefully. How can youth bridge the gap between education and skill? Simple. Her name was Scholar. She was a water engineer. I didn't know. She was in Nairobi University. But in the company that I was working for experiential marketing, she came and she told me she wants, I didn't know that she's studying engineering in water, whatever that is, but she wanted to stand in the supermarket aisles to be able to try and sell the way they sell the merchandise. You know those girls all of you try and avoid when you are shopping in supermarkets. You know them, you, okay? She wanted that. She wanted to climb on top of a roadshow truck and do a jig and entertain people in meetups where there is a market day. She wanted to be a hostess or a brand ambassador for a drink, energy drink, or even Samsung phones. So all this time, for 4 years she did that. She cleared campus, joined a company called Shutleaf and something, they drill boreholes. And then the company was trying to recruit a marketing manager with people skills, because nothing in a bad way, but engineers in a way tend not to have social skills to be able to interact with everybody else. So when the CEO of that company was trying to see who they can recruit, nobody was coming up. Everybody wanted to drill boreholes and measure and you know those things you engineers do. My dear friend Scholar stood up and said, listen, I want to apply for this position. She applied. So the day they were interviewing, she said, I would like to do my interview this way. I want us to set up an experiential activity to be able to interest people into our borehole activities. Out of that experience that she set up, I think in town at a place called Archives, they were able to get 50 customers that gave them business to drill boreholes. Scholar, from being an engineer, ended up being the marketing director of that company. So, whichever career you have to be able to interact with people. Very, very important. The next one, I'm just answering mine very fast. And Dr. Mishra, it's very good to meet you, sir. And I'm happy with what you said. How do you remain, somebody asked, how do you remain visible without overexposing yourself? So there is a difference. You want to be Kardashian, you want to be, okay, let me not mention the Kenyan ones because they will kill me, they're my friends. Where you wake up in the morning, we know what you're doing, where your baby is going, what you've done, what you bought your darling, what you tell us to watch the YouTube at 4 because you are launching, I don't know. For me, speaking for me, I post about my work constantly. I don't post about my private life. So it's up to you now to decide. What do I use with this social media space that will help me network with my next potential customer or client for that matter? Next question was multiple fields without losing focus. In events industry, what I say, I believe we are a jack of all trades and a master of all. Because today I'm meeting the Mandela team under Daba, thanks to Lloyd, where I have to understand this leadership thing, and I will tell you for free, I was not meant to be in this panel. I was asked, Chris, can you join us? Always be ready, okay? So what you can do is try and see what is it that I need to know that will help me without necessarily doing so many things that now your focus is distracted. For me in events, I like knowing almost everything. So that's the difference between me and probably anybody else. Last one, how to balance leadership versus career in terms of balancing ambition, integrity, and credibility. Not easy. I think I said that earlier. When you're on ground zero, it's very easy for someone to want to take advantage of you. But then make sure every little opportunity, every minute that you get, try and learn something better. Clap for yourself for making time to come to this leadership summit. There are people out there who right now are in a bar after work. See, today is Friday. Today is not Friday. Today is Thursday. Okay, they've started early, so Friday becomes a luta. A luta, Daba is continuing. You party Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even Monday. So that is a luta in Kenya. But you chose to be here. You are on the right track. Thank you.
Let's appreciate our panel one more time, guys. So I usually like doing a special clap for a very good job. So you will repeat after me, and I will use Kiswahili words. For our international guests, wapi means where, all right? So you're gonna rub your hands like this. So when I say wapi clap, you clap once, all right? So wapi clap, and then I say wapi snap, you do this, all right? And then wapi stamp, you stamp your feet. And then when I say ten, teren, tereren, you do this. 10, 10, tereren, all right? Let's rehearse. Wapi clap, wapi snap, wapi clap, wapi clap, wapi snap, wapi stamp, tereren. All right, in 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our panel. Wapi clap, wapi snap, wapi stamp, tereren, tereren. Beautiful. I think we can go downstairs and take a photo. I think they did a really good job, yeah? And very, very interactive. Thank you. So we can come down the stairs. DJ, you can put for us some music. It's okay. We don't have 10 left feet. So we can, Mr. Juma, we are taking a photo. Oh, all right. Let me place this here.
Mandela.
If you have been in any of these kind of sessions, you know she did an amazing job. And she's a master of surprising me, thanks to Lloyd and her. They just put me in this thing without any preparation. But any matters to do with youth, we are happy. Thank you, sir. He's youth. He's youth. I'm older than him by almost maybe 14 years. But who? No, 14. But you see, he's the one who's brought us here. So let's give a big round of applause. And you heard who she represents. Yeah, so let's make sure that we network. Lloyd, what's the program for tomorrow? Is there any specific details that I need to say? So tomorrow's session, you should have cleared the security desk and be inside here by 9 a.m. sharp, okay? So that we are able to begin early. If you're moderating tomorrow, please, if you are late, we will skip and go to the next team that is almost ready, okay? So thank you, everybody, for being here. Lisa, please stand up a bit. This lady is your colleague here. No, your fellow rally driver. Lisa is a rally driver, okay? And you know we are going to WRC Safari Rally. Apart from being a rally driver, she has a stand there, behind there. And if you have a stand and you're seated here, please wake up. And we want to see you if you have a stand. Can see some of you behind there if you have a stand. Tomorrow we will recognize you here, okay? So when you come in the morning, please come early. We will just say you're in this, and then we give you an opportunity to be able to say what you are doing in your stand in terms of your brand. So Lisa, make sure, lead that team. Come here. We give you 1 minute each before we begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us, where is our moderator? She's gone? She's the one who knows how to introduce. So I would like, please come. I want to give you the duty of introducing the man and the founder of this event and the reason we are here today. So as you come, form something in your head. From what I have seen, we can always throw you a deep end with no life jacket, and you will swim and succeed. Do you know what you're doing? You're introducing this gentleman for a vote of thanks.
Hi, guys, again. Hi, guys. All right, so this is very on the spot, so I'll definitely sprinkle some good things. And when I do, you're only supposed to tell me Aish. Let's repeat it. Say Aish. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you is this handsome, tall, lovely, extremely extrinsic, educated, soft-hearted, lovely Ndaba Mandela. Let's appreciate this gentleman as he comes on stage. Please give us a vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And can we please give a round of applause for this beautiful lady right here, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank every single one of you for being here today. You have truly made the beginning of this summit that will be taking place across Africa truly special. We thank the people of Kenya. We thank the people of Nairobi. Please give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank, firstly, the team that was involved in building this beautiful setting, event, venue where we are today. Everybody that was involved, can you please stand up? Where are they? Chris, where are the people that were involved in building this? Can we please have them up front here, ladies and gentlemen? Tony, I see you. Where are all the local team of Kenyans that were involved in building this beautiful venue? Agri, is he here? Well, for those who are still here, ladies and gentlemen, we are still going to tomorrow, so can we please give this gentleman a round of applause? I want to thank the rest of the Kenyan team that has been involved, and right now I want to thank my South African team that have helped us build and shape this summit from the beginning. We have Diane, we have Senisha, and we have the beautiful Krishanta. Please can you stand up and let the people see you now? Yes, 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 yes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. We are the ones they've been waiting for. The power is ours. The time is now. Can we please repeat that? Wait. We must be together, guys. It's about unity, right? Okay? 1, 2, 3. The time is now. The power is ours. The time is now. The power is ours. And so before we leave, we're going to do that little chant that we learned earlier today, ladies and gentlemen. Let us all get up. Let us all get up. Let us all stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Chris, you're going to help me here with the mic. You're going to help me here with the mic. Or Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to build better leaders. We're here to make sure that Africa builds a bridge across these man-made borders and across the continent, the Atlantic. We need one bridge across the Atlantic to America.
We must.
Another bridge to Europe.
We must.
Wherever black people may be in Brazil, we need another bridge to Brazil. Right?
Yes.
And we want to make sure next time we invite Brazilians to be at the next, because Brazil has the highest African diaspora on the world, ladies and gentlemen. 52% of Brazil is black, and the total population is 200 million.
Whoa.
There's 100 million Africans in Brazil, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that? Yes. So, here we go. Are you ready? One more time. We're going to have our hands out like this. Are you ready? I am a leader. I am a leader. What I can dream, I can achieve. I am proud of my history. I am proud of my parents. It is in our hands to work together to make this world a better place. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think all the teams that we are working with, the technical team, safety, the branding team, the team from catering, security, Eric, we assemble in that tent. We need to do a debrief, and Lloyd and the team from Mandela Institute, just to debrief and see what are the areas that we need to improve, what are the areas that we excelled in, so that tomorrow we have a smoother. So we will assemble on that tent there. Meanwhile, everybody who is going home, please spread the message. The leadership, the train has started. It started today. Are you with us, or you're being left behind? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. And there is something we need to say. Come, you need to say that one.
Just a quick reminder, courtesy of Nyawera Minor, use Little Cab. The promo code is Mandela. You get 400 shillings off. Download Little Cab, 400 shillings off. The promo code is Mandela.
And if you want to take pictures, please listen to me. Where you are taking pictures, Daba and our panelists, that's a wrong place to take pictures. Please come in front here where there is light. Please don't underrepresent. And hashtag, this is what I want you to do. Anybody who is taking pictures here, we need them in that. Lloyd is here. Tomorrow's program, we have, please listen up, we have the Diaspora Pan-Africanism, a global collaboration. And in the afternoon, we have the arts, culture, and creative economy. And at around after the break, maybe, or before the break for tea, we will have gender equality and women in leadership. Okay? So please spread the word. Make sure you get the link of the pictures of today from me, if you do not have, or from the team from the Mandela African Leadership Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been great. See you tomorrow at exactly 9 a.m. sharp.